elected officials. Guide us to seek solutions to problems in this community together. I ask all of this in your revolutionary Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Our pledge will be led by Councilmember Thomas.
Special orders of business. First order of business, celebrating Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated 117th Founders Day. Speakers, Ms. Trove, Vice President, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Alpha Beta Omega Chapter. Ms. Marjorie Parker, President, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Omicron Lambda Omega Chapter. And Ms. Latoya Bullard Franklin, President, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Rho Phi Omega Chapter. Recognizing Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated 117 Founders Day, local AKA chapters, impact to the greater New Orleans area, and advocating for local communities.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, it's AKA Day here at the City Council Chambers. And look, this is one of my favorite days, but clearly it's also one of Councilmember Green's favorite days, because as soon as they started announcing it, he was already clapping. So there you go. Now, this is always a tremendous day to talk about AKA and all of the tremendous work that you all do throughout our community. I'm very proud to say I've got two AKAs in my office. They're right over here. Sheree Hunter and Michelle Augustine, also working with us, and the Council Central staff, Ashley Spears. Yes. So very well represented just throughout City Hall. Just a little bit of background for those who may be watching online. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated was founded on the campus of Howard University January 15th, 1908. You are now celebrating your 117th Founders Day. Here in the city of New Orleans, we are so well aware of AKA because of the level of community involvement that you have. I mean, I cannot think of, a time during the year when you are not involved in something. And I know that so well because the two ladies in my office are constantly saying, like, Helene, I can't go to this with you because I have an AKA community function I must be at. Even when Femme Fatale was originally supposed to ride on that Sunday, Sheree was like, I can't be in the stands, this year because we're already doing, community work with Femme Fatale being part of that presentation. So you're always there. What I also very much appreciate is the fact that when we call on you, when we say we need support for a city initiative, whether it was, back during the COVID time when we were helping to provide masks and information for people, you all always showed up and assisted. Whether it's after a storm and we're like, can you assist us with providing necessary goods and supplies to people? You're like, absolutely, we'll be there. If it's whenever we call, AKA always shows up. Yes. You always show up. So I appreciate all that you do for the community, and I know that you have a presentation for us to tell us what's in the works for this year, and so I'll turn it over to whoever would like to start this presentation. I know we've got Ms. Profis, Ms. Parker, Ms. Bullard Franklin, so whoever would like to begin, please do so.
Good morning. I am Treve Profis, and I am the chapter president for the Alpha Beta Omega chapter, and I am joined by some of my fellow leaders that are allowed to introduce themselves as well.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. My name is Marjorie Parker, and I serve as the chapter president for the Omicron Lambda Omega chapter, which is 275 members strong.
Good morning. I am Latoya Bullard Franklin. I serve as the president for the Rho Phi Omega chapter, affectionately called Radiant RPO on the West Bank.
Nice.
Good morning, Dr. Billy Castro-Myers. I am the Connection and Social Action Chair for Alpha Beta Omega chapter.
Good morning, Lynetta Jones Gilbert. I am the Social Action and Connections Chair for Rho Phi Omega.
Awesome.
And I would also like to ask that all of our sorority members who are able to join us that are in the audience, if they could stand as well. And so today, as you heard, we're here representing our Greater New Orleans graduate chapters, but we also stand here on behalf of our 6 undergraduate chapters that are located on the campuses of Dillard University, Xavier University, Southern University at New Orleans, the University of New Orleans, Loyola University, as well as Tulane University. We sincerely appreciate this opportunity to share our mission, impact, and continued commitment to the New Orleans community, and a special thanks to the City Council for your leadership and for recognizing our invaluable work of service organizations like ours. So looks like somebody's done their homework and already kind of knows a little bit about Alpha Kappa Alpha, but we are an organization that was founded 117 years ago on January 15th, 1908 on the campus of Howard University, and Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated is the oldest Greek letter organization established by African-American college-educated women. We have over 114,000 active members and a very strong presence here in New Orleans. Our mission is to provide service to all mankind through a legacy of sisterhood, leadership, and community impact. I like to kind of sum it up by saying if you want something done and if you want it done correctly, we're the organization that you come to.
Ask me, AKA.
Our current administration, under our international president and CEO, Danette Anthony Reed, and our South Central Regional Director, Dr. Sean E. Simmons, is focused on 6 international program initiatives. They are strengthening our sisterhood, empowering our families, building our economic wealth, enhancing our environment, advocating for social justice, and uplifting our local community. I want to speak a little bit about each of our chapters' individual impact. So I'll start with the chapter that I represent, which is the Alpha Beta Omega chapter. We are the oldest chapter, not only in our state, but in our region. In 2027, we're excited to say that we'll be celebrating our 100th year as a chartering of our chapter. So we're eagerly pushing towards that. A few initiatives that we've been able to address just in this last year alone is our CHIP initiative, which stands for Childhood Hunger Initiative Power Pack. And just in the last year alone, we've done 2,409 power packs distributed at our partner school, KIPP East, and that encourages us or allows us to provide students who may not have a meal when they leave home. We provide them with a backpack full of healthy food and snack, not just for them, but for their family as well. We did a big push to make sure that the green backpack is not a taboo, and now it's become everybody wants the green backpack when they leave school. And so we're really excited about that partnership, and in just the last year alone, we've been able to serve 2,400 students. We've also dedicated over 30,000 service hours to youth and family development. We've spent over $85,000 at Black-owned and New Orleans businesses to promote economic sustainability. We've shredded over 315 pounds of paper, contributing to our environmental conservation, and I'm happy to say that we've done that through our partnership with the City of New Orleans, and we're being able to shred not only paper, but recycle our electronics in a safe way. We've registered 50-plus new voters and educated 203,000 community members in the 2024 election season. We were out there walking, knocking on doors. We distributed 500 postcards and 2,500 door hangers with critical election information. We've hosted on a monthly basis mental health walks where we encourage not just our members, but anyone from the community to join us at City Park. And a lot of times just decompress. You never know what happens when you kind of just say hi to someone and they just start talking about whatever might be going on in their day and how that's really impacted them. And so we do that on a monthly basis at City Park. And then as well, we've been able to raise over $60,000 in scholarships for our local students at the universities located here in New Orleans.
Good morning again. Again, my name is Marjorie Parker, and I serve as the chapter president of the Omicron Lambda Omega chapter here in New Orleans, Louisiana. A few highlights that we have done in our chapter. Just recently, a few weeks ago, we actually did the We Are One, aka Day of Service, right here in the city of New Orleans at the Family Justice Center, where we were able to remodel and refurbish and just uplift the people in that space. So thank you so much to the people who helped us with that. We had to do a re-kitchen, we had to do the children's room, as well as we did the lobby area for those parents. So we are very happy about that. We also participate in the CHIP program, where we do it with Renew at Dolores T. Aaron School. We also do a Yes, Mental Health in God, where we are doing programming for mental health for people in our community who may be a little bit scared to go to a therapist or maybe scared to go get counseling in their community. A big thing we did last year was a big push. We did a parade to the polls, and we tried to stroll to the polls as well. So that was a really big initiative, of course, adding our New Orleans culture and New Orleans flavor with the importance of voting, as well as our program initiative of Advocate for Social Justice. And last but not least, we did a Young, Gifted, and Black, where we had our young Shark Tank entrepreneurs have the opportunity to pitch different ideas in a virtual format where they received a grant from our chapter to help them with their initiatives and to make sure that they have an opportunity to fund their businesses in the future. So that's just a few of the highlights that we've done, and we have a lot more planned and a lot more to go. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Once again, I am Latoya Bullard Franklin, the president of the Ropai Omega chapter. As Radiant RPO, we were founded in December of 1988 on the West Bank. I would like at this time for my vice president to please stand, Dr. Hyacinth McKee. She, along with Lynetta Gilbert, they lead the charge in all of our programming efforts, especially under advocating for social justice, and I thank them for their services. So under our Empower Our Families initiative, this is where we have the lion's share of our activity. Our partner school is Lincoln School for the Arts, in which we focus on eradicating childhood hunger by offering the CHIP program on a weekly basis. We also do the annual back-to-school food share in partnership with Atmos Energy, as well as American Heart Association and Inclusive Care. This year, we were able to start, at the beginning of the school year, a food pantry so that the entire community can come, because we have recognized that that area is a food desert, and as we state, we are so focused on eradicating childhood hunger. Also, we support, through the Youth Leadership Initiative, 7 young women. They are actively involved in all of our experiences within Alpha Kappa Alpha, and we also do many mentoring activities, and we partnered them with members of our chapter who fall in line with their career goals and aspirations. Lastly, in this year, we will begin working with NAMI for mental health awareness. Very, very important for us, and we will have activities in May for Mental Health Awareness Month, as well as throughout the year. Now, in moving to our Build Our Economic Wealth, we have a lot of fun with this initiative because we are supporting our vendors. I myself, as an entrepreneur, I count it as a pleasure to ensure that we can continue the legacy of Black-owned businesses in our community. We do have our annual Jolly, Jingles, and Jewels holiday pop-up shop in partnership with Inclusive Care. And on this year, we are adding to that the support of the upcoming initiative for the Nantucket Parade with Omega Psi Phi Gamma Rho chapter, in which we'll be also advocating to buy black, spin green, and wear your pink. Okay? Now, we move into our enhancing our environment, which we have planted over 50 trees. We have worked in partnership with various community partners for 8,000 pounds of paper shredded. And we also support our prom dress giveaway because we believe in upcycling our clothing. During Mardi Gras time, we have so many dresses in our closets, and we give those to young women so that they can have a beautiful experience as well. For Advocate for Social Justice, we supported our sororities Take Forward to the Polls initiative last year, in which we advocated strongly for voting. We conducted various registration drives, and we had our signature Wonder Woman event. And with the Wonder Woman event, in partnership with Inclusive Care, we asked those voters to mobilize, not just register, but to also advocate and select a particular initiative in which they were voting for. Why does this vote matter to you? So that can also force and enforce as well individuals to get to the polls. Now, lastly, under our Uplift Our Local Community, we recently awarded a scholarship at the MLK Day event. That is to Ms. Chloe Wilson, a $1,000 scholarship. Amazing student from Patrick F. Taylor, 4.56 GPA, 32 ACT score, and she's only 16. And so we were so proud to be able to award that scholarship to her. Thank you. And so we can also continue that legacy. And lastly, we are preparing for the Sister Strut initiative. That walk will be on April 5th, in which we lead the charge with all of our sisters here in their chapters to have one mega Alpha Kappa Alpha team. And we also donate every year to the American Cancer Society. So we just hope that everyone can come and support us. If you can, link and join the Alpha Kappa Alpha team. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present to you today.
Good morning again. Many of you know that as a resident, I'm no stranger to the City Council and to the leadership of the city. Through our work with the sorority, we are emphasizing several points, and I'll discuss some, and others will take on some others. So I want to focus first on the quality of life. We believe the quality of life in New Orleans, it's the bedrock of having a thriving city. We recognize that quality of life should not be treated as lagniappe, as an afterthought or a bonus, but rather as the foundation of how people experience their city. A city's commitment to its residents is reflected in its neighborhoods, its green infrastructure, and the outdoor spaces that encourage people to connect, play, and build community. Every person in New Orleans should be able to look out of their window and see evidence of investment and care. Parks, playground, clean streets, safe walkways, and sustainable infrastructure are not luxuries. They are essential components of a thriving, healthy, and equitable city. We continue to urge the City Council to prioritize investments in public spaces, environmental sustainability, and community-centered infrastructure that uplifts all residents, particularly in neighborhoods that have historically been underserved.
And as we've mentioned today, we have initiatives around youth. So we also want to highlight that young people do not live in isolation. They are deeply connected to the families and communities that raise them. Whether we acknowledge it or not, the well-being of our young people is directly tied to the well-being of the adults around them. If the adults in our community lack access to meaningful mental health support, stable employment, and economic opportunities, young people will continue to carry the burdens of adult problems rather than having the space to grow, create, and thrive as they should. If we are truly committed to uplifting our youth, we must also invest in supporting families, strengthening communities, and ensuring that every household has access to the resources needed to create a stable foundation for young people. So we wanted to make sure that not only are we celebrating our founders, but thinking through our foundation of our organization and making sure we're highlighting some issues in our community that we together want to make sure that we're working with City Council to address, especially as we think about our youth, families, and our community.
We want to really thank you. You know, we sit here today as members of a sorority. We're residents of the city also. And we know that your work is hard. We follow you constantly, and we encourage you to keep thinking about New Orleans, the future, as well as New Orleans, the present. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. We'll have council members make some remarks, and then I'll present the proclamations to the three chapters. Councilmember Thomas?
AKA Day. First of all, it's a blessing for you guys to be here. And from the AKAs who work for the city and municipal government to the ones in our families and to what you guys do every year, you know, I was thinking back, for those of us who participated in the conference last year, and when Sonny Hostin was the speaker, if you guys remember that, and for those of us who sat through that entire speech in that program, where she talked about the significance of the time that we were in. And I think what Sunny did a great job of highlighting not just AKA and what AKA stands for, but highlighting Black life in our families. And as I thought about y'all foundation, you know, especially coming from our community, we know it's by culture, by merit, by culture, by merit. And when Sunny touched on the significance of the Divine Nine, in terms of the cultural significance and our place in our space in America, it was a really good conversation, especially if, you know, you had to sit through the entire speech to get a sense of it, right? Because if you couldn't hear it, you could feel it. She didn't just touch on the politics of America and what was going on with Kamala. She talked about our families. She talked about how we're positioned today in one of the most significant times in history. And then when after she talked about Black culture, she talked about merit. About not only do we have to be true to our culture, but we have to teach young Black boys and girls that even if you're not accepted, your merit, you earn it through your merit. Even in systems that don't want you, then your merit gives you a seat at the table. And I just thought it was one of the most important speeches I'd ever heard. And I was so compelled I couldn't leave because she was talking to me, to talk to my daughters, to talk to my kids. And then lastly, I'll say, especially just being a mere man, right? The most important point that I thought she made, and if you were there, you heard it, when she said, we can't accept the division between Black women and Black men. And she talked about her man and the significance of being an alpha woman, understanding by culture and by merit to continue to encourage Black boys and Black girls. I lived through that. That was inspiring to me. But then AKA is always inspired. Thank y'all so much. God bless y'all.
Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Good morning and welcome to the City Council chambers. To my sisters, I'm a member of the Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. I've been so for 40 years, and I'm just pleased to my sisters, to my Divine Nine sisters. But so as I look out amongst those who are here today from AKA, and I also have in my district SUNO, UNO, and Dilley University, so I see a lot of activity going on there. I'm so very impressed with what the members of Alpha Kappa Alpha do to make our city better and, of course, our nation better through your work. So I'm just honored to be here to celebrate with you the 117th, to celebrate the work that you do and also that the Divine Nine does to make our city and country so much better. But to everyone who is here today, my general sentiment is thank you. The work that you do, we see, we recognize, and we appreciate it greatly. So happy 117th. And this year, the Sigma Lambda chapter will be here in May to celebrate its 100th anniversary. I invite you all, you'll know about it. Come on back with us and celebrate in the council chambers then. Many of you all know some of my fellow brothers, and we're just excited whenever we have the opportunity to work with AKA to make the society better. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Morrell.
I'm sorry, I want to begin by apologizing for my tardiness. My youngest had a little too much fun at the parade last night, so he was a bit of a terror this morning. I want to begin by, I see Lydia is out there in the audience, Upton Davis, Charmaine Marchand I thought I saw earlier. I've really had the pleasure of serving with some pretty tremendous sisters of AKA. I want to just make a comment on, it is amazing to me how, as a sorority, y'all are about the work. And I say that because when I was in the legislature and I passed the constitutional amendment to repeal non-unanimous juries, your organization, the Sisters of AKA, knew that was the beginning of the fight, because we had to convince 2/3 of the state of Louisiana to come down and show up and then get a majority of them to vote to pass that to repeal 135 years of Jim Crow. And y'all are about the work and y'all got it done. And one of the greatest pleasures in my life was when, one, I received an award from AKA, which I mean, that's up there. And two, was that in that same meeting, I had the pleasure with Council Vice President Moreno and former legislator Ted James to be in the same place as Kamala Harris when I was receiving that award. So it was a tremendous milestone for me. It's something I will never forget, but it is always just amazing to me. There's so many organizations that are about the accolades, but not about the work. And every time when something important happens in this community for the city of New Orleans, you are on the ground doing the work.
Yes.
And as a council, I want to thank y'all again and again and again, because the gains we've made as a city are because of the work of the Sisters of AKA. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember King.
Good morning, ladies. Thank y'all for your work. Thank you for being here today. I look in the audience and I see a lot of great women, a lot of women who helped me out along the way. I don't want to name everyone. I'm going to forget and omit some, but I will say to Ms. Glapion, when I first came here about 8 years ago, you treated me like I was your child. You talked to me and calmed me down in a good way. You just kind of gave me the ropes and told me what to expect and how to conduct myself here. And I see Sister Clark, a member of New Hope with me, and she does such a great job with the children at the church and with my children and all of the children there, and just making sure they're poured into. I saw Judge Trahan. I think she had to leave to go across the street and do some work, but just to the women of AKA, thank you all for what you all do. It's no secret my wife is a member of AKA, and I have a sister-in-law, and I have young daughters, so I'm sure we'll one day grow to be AKA. So again, just thank y'all, and I'm proud to share this moment with you. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Well, 117 years of community justice, fighting for our kids, fighting for our environment, fighting for affordable housing, just keeping up the fight. And I can tell you, when I ran for office, one of my proudest days was sitting at an AKA forum and talking about what we could look forward to together, working together. And I'm happy to say that we passed the Housing Trust Fund, right? Because of the work and the advocacy of you all. And so we will continue to work together. We will continue to fight together. And I just want to say thank you so much for continuing just to support our community and being here for all of us. So thank you. And congratulations, 117 years.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, we have obviously proclamations for all three of you all, but they read, be it proclaimed by the City of New Orleans that the City Council recognizes Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated's 117th Founders Day and celebrates the tremendous impact of our local chapters' impact on the greater New Orleans region. Congratulations to you all. We love y'all. We're going to come down here and take pictures with everyone, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please get to the next item? Can we please take your seats so we can continue to get the meeting moving, please? Thank you very much. Please take your seats so we can move to the next item on the agenda. Thank you.
Second order of business, honoring Indian Big Queen. Speakers, Queen Ladette B. S. Bannister, 90 years old, masking 51 years, Creole Wild West. Queen Rita Johnson, 85 years old, masking 70 years, Mohawk Hunter. Queen Patrice Marie Gordon, 44 years, masking Golden Blade. Queen Wanda Wambu, 37 years, masking Cayenne. Queen Loretta Dallas, 35 years, masking Wild Magnolia. Honoring these black masking Indians, Big Queens, during the carnival season for their lifetime of dedication as they have participated since childhood.
Well, thank you very much. We are in the presence of true royalty today. I want to thank y'all for being here. I know there is to be clear, this is the Miss Montana show, Miss May show, Miss May show, Miss May show, and I defer to Miss Mays. I knew there is a video that we're playing first, correct? Let's play the video first, and after that, Miss Mays, you have the run of show. I'm just going to be here taking instruction like I did when I was in 4th grade, okay?
Right.
Thank you. Is someone in charge of the video going to start up for us?
I need you to watch that way.
One second, ladies. Thank you. Thanks, Bonnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that we introduce the distinguished recipients of the 2025 Big Queens of the Nation Award. Women whose unwavering dedication, artistry, and cultural stewardship have shaped the very soul of our black masking Indian tradition. These extraordinary queens have not only carried the legacy of their ancestors, but have also paved the way for future generations, ensuring that the spirit of our people remains vibrant and strong. Join us in celebrating their unmatched commitment, resilience, and devotion to our culture. Queen B, Tribal Queen, Liddell S. Bannister, 90 years young, carrying the beauty of our traditions for 51 years, representing the Creole Wild West Mardi Gras Indians. Queen Rita Johnson, a living legend at 85, with an incredible 70 years of masking, representing the Mohawk Hunters. Queen Patrice Marie Gordon, keeping the fire alive for 44 years, representing the Golden Blades. Queen Wanda Wamble, a powerful force in the tradition, with 37 years of masking, representing the Cheyenne, and
We're trying to get the volume up, y'all, so we can hear it better.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that we introduce the distinguished recipients of the 2025 Big Queens of the Nation Award, women whose unwavering dedication, artistry, and cultural stewardship have shaped the very soul of our Black masking Indian tradition. These extraordinary queens have not only carried the legacy of their ancestors, but have also paved the way for future generations, ensuring that the spirit of our people remains vibrant and strong. Join us in celebrating their unmatched commitment, resilience, and devotion to our culture. Queen Bee, Tribal Queen, Liddell S. Bannister, 90 years young, carrying the beauty of our traditions for 51 years, representing the Creole Wild West Mardi Gras Indians. Queen Rita Johnson, a living legend at 85, with an incredible 70 years of masking, representing the Mohawk Hunters. Queen Patrice Marie Gordon, keeping the fire alive for 44 years, representing the Golden Blades. Queen Wanda Womble, a powerful force in the tradition, with 37 years of masking, representing the Cheyenne, and Queen Loretta Dallas, a true embodiment of culture and spirit, with 35 years of masking, representing the Wild Magnolias. These queens are the heartbeat of our culture, the keepers of our legacy, and the warriors of tradition. Their crowns are not just adorned with feathers and beads, but with the love, respect, and admiration of a community that stands in awe of their greatness. Let us honor them, uplift them, and give them the flowers they so richly deserve. To the queens of the nation, long may you reign.
Thank you, ladies, for bearing with us in our multitude of City Hall technical issues. I'd like to begin by, like I said, Ms. Mays, Satawa, you are the showrunners here. Let us know what we need to do. We all have comments we want to say, but do y'all want to start with some comments from the table?
First of all, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. We're just so honored to have the moment to take the time out to honor these wonderful, wonderful women who are not just queens of Mardi Gras Indian Games, but they're mothers, they're wives, they're entrepreneurs, they do everything in the community. So, and it's always good to give people their flowers while they can still smell them. So if you would indulge us by letting us do one little verse of Indian Red, that would really be great. Boy, where you at? Because I love to hear red and gold, my Indian red. Counterfeit. Yes, yes, yes. So thank you for giving us that moment. But I kind of felt comfortable at the AKA sick like 59 years, but I just had to do that. But anyway, so on behalf of the New Orleans Black Mardi Gras Indian Co-op.
He's not talking to you.
Okay. On behalf of the co-op, we are honored to take this opportunity. This is not the first time these sisters have been honored, but it's the first time that the co-op has done it. And we look back and reviewed, and we remember the last time Indian Red was sung in this chambers was when Tootie Montana was here.
Wow.
When Tootie Montana was here, advocating for the rights of the black masking Indians. So it's so auspicious that we come back around to bring the heartbeat of a nation, not just of the Indian nation, but the entire nation. Mothers are the heartbeat of any nation. Women are the heartbeat of the Indian nation. We're not the best. We're not complete without our chiefs. But we just want to take this time out to honor them. And so I just need to point out, it's just so amazing. We got the oldest person that's been masking, her age-wise. Can I say your age, Queen Bee? Say your age, Queen Bee. She's 90 years old. She's 90 years old. And she's still masking, and been masking for 51 years. That's older than some people that's in here right now, right? Next to her, we have Queen Rita from the Mohawk Hunters, who's been masking for 70 years. 70 years on the street, every year after year, bead after bead, feather after feather. That's a commitment. Right here we have Big Queen Patrice, who's been masking for 44 years with the Golden Blades. Big old. And they all look good. You can't tell it. You can't tell it. Oh, they all look good. The fly one in the hat. That's Big Queen Wanda Wambo of the Cheyenne. 37 years. And the baby of the group, and this is the baby, been masking for 35 years, Big Queen Loretta Dollars from the Wild Magnolias. So we began this award with those who are actively masking, those who are on the street. So come Mardi Gras, look for them, because they're going to be out there. So we have some queens in the audience. Our queens in the audience, could you stand? The few queens that are here? Yes, got queens that came out to support you. All right, so I'm going to be short. See, I did good. Okay. So now can we, do you want them to say something? They don't all want to speak, I can tell you that.
Well, if you want to take a moment, I can have the council members say some comments first, and then y'all can close out with your comments, which I think will be the most appropriate. So we'll start from Councilman Thomas, then we'll go across the dais. Councilman Thomas?
First of all, our queens are a vital part of the culture. You know, several years ago, South Africa made an effort to begin to honor those great women who were fighting against apartheid. It wasn't just Winnie Mandela, it was Miss Ngoya, it was women like Helen Suzman, Albertina Sisulu. And when you talk about our culture here in New Orleans, Queen Bee, the women have always been, like I tell people all the time, you know, as someone who grew up in the culture, I've never known a world where our women weren't in charge. I've never known a world. I don't know why we have to be reminded of that, because in a matriarchal society, in a matriarchal community where Big Mama and our queens always held it down, that's a way of life for us. No one had to remind black folk that women were the way. The way to God, the way to nurturing, the way to freedom, the way to our salvation. But I'm going to highlight an event because she's here, Queen Sharice Harrison, she was here. Several years ago, when the Queens and the Keepers of the Culture started a program over at Garret School.
Right.
Some maybe don't remember that. A lot of this stuff isn't new. With my cousin, Big Chief Rudy Bocage, and others, but a lot of the queens and the women behind the culture thought that it would be a good idea to pick a school to be the foundation for the education of the culture. Because at that time, they were concerned that it was not only being diluted, but it was being lost. And there was so much happening post-Katrina in terms of how do we begin to make sure that our kids understand what you guys do. So our women have always been the way, and for the queens who were there, I could name countless numbers of the women in my family who were not only part of the culture, but keepers of the culture. But God bless you guys. And that meeting, where the last time Andy and Ray were saying here, was a meeting I called. That was a meeting because there were people in our community who didn't understand the culture. And Chief Tootie and Bertrand Butler and members of the Mardi Gras Indian Council thought it would be a good idea to convene here so that if you had city leaders and people who didn't know the culture, if you had people on the police department who didn't understand the culture, to use that as an opportunity to educate them. Thank you guys for not only educating us, but being the keepers of that flame. God bless y'all, love y'all, and as a little New Orleans boy, I wouldn't be that man without our queens. God bless y'all.
Councilman Green. Good morning. This is a beautiful day, beautiful women, beautiful queens here in the City Council chambers, so it's a very, very special day. I thank you all for certainly the work that you do, the way that you enhance our quality of life here in our city by working in the community as you do, because individually I know many of you all, and I know some of the work that you do. It's greatly appreciated. Sometimes people ask, well, what keeps New Orleans coming back? Because we've certainly been relocated a number of times, whether it be Katrina, you go back to the days of Camille and Betsy. You can talk about what keeps us strong in the midst of the challenges of the pandemic and things like that. And it's because a lot of that has to do with our culture and the pride that we feel in our community, which is why we perpetuate the culture that we have in our community. So you all are so much a part of that, and I just want to say thank you for being here this morning. I'm honored to be in your presence as we celebrate you and celebrate what you do for not only women, but for people throughout our city and our metropolitan area. It is a great day. Glad to be here this morning, and thank you very much for all that you do.
Thank you.
Council Vice President Moran.
I'll just echo a little bit of what Councilmember Green said, that, you know, I too am just in such awe to really be in your presence. I mean, all of these just amazingly remarkable women, all of you, as was mentioned, you know, through this presentation, mothers, careers, so much that you do in your daily life, but yet you've spent so many years also ensuring that our culture is preserved and making that such a priority for yourself, because you know that by prioritizing our culture, that ensures that our culture continues moving into our future and that it is not eroded.
That's right.
So, you know, there was a lot of conversation about, you know, about the mothers are the heartbeat of our nation, I think is what you mentioned. But all of you all sitting before us, you are the heartbeat of our city. And so I'm just tremendously grateful for all that you've done. And today I'm so honored to be able to celebrate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember King.
Ladies, good morning. Much respect. I was in the back in a staff meeting, and I had to go back to that meeting, but I had to come out here and pay my respects. Miss Sabrina made sure to let me know that, even if she didn't tell me, I'd make sure I came out. But I thank you for all that you do. So much is made of the kings. We definitely got to pay respect to the big chiefs, and I should say that. So we definitely got to pay our respects to the queens. You all, there'll be no big chief, there'll be no tribe. So thank you for all that you do. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Harris.
I'm going to keep it short and sweet and say 2 words. Pretty, pretty.
I will try to be brief. I have something I want to read and I have something I want to say. So this is what I was instructed, looking at Ms. Mays, to read, and then I'm going to say something afterwards. The queens of the nation represent women's enduring spirit and unwavering commitment to black masculine tradition of New Orleans, an indigenous and ritualistic tradition rooted in African, Native American, and Caribbean influences. A combined 237 years, these remarkable women have played a foundational role in preserving and perpetuating this intricate and sacred art form. Their leadership, artistry, and dedication to the community have ensured the continuity of the traditions, values, and stories embedded in the black masculine Indian culture. Through their regalia, crafted with unparalleled skill and deep reverence, these queens tell stories of remembrance, resistance, resilience, and identity. Their lifelong commitment highlights their role as culture bearers, mentors, and matriarchs who inspire future generations to honor and uphold the legacy of the black masculine tradition. Now, this is my own stuff. I want to start by saying everything that is great about the city of New Orleans is in front of us today. That's a round of applause. Note right there if you have it, if you didn't get it. These queens represent so much about what is important, intricate, and loved in our culture by people who live here, by the people who visit constantly. There are people who have never lived in New Orleans but come here year-round, pretty much spending half their life here because of the culture and the diversity that you represent. You are New Orleans. But more importantly, sometimes we have to remember history. Historically, when we have been at a crossroads as a society and a community, it is our black masculine culture that has stepped up. When you look back to the 90s, when police brutality was at an all-time high, the people that stood up and showed up were our queens and our tribes, who are often the victims of that brutality.
Right, that's right.
You have not forgotten, and you will not let us forget, that that is what had happened, and that's why we had to go through NOPD reform twice. Second, after Katrina, when we were rebuilding our community and people said the city is going to be one great big park of green space, this community you represent and you lead showed up again and said, nuh-uh. And you led the charge to make sure the city came back and was a city for the people that live in it. Most importantly and most recently, and I know Asatwa and Ms. Mays knew you won't get away without bringing this up, save our souls.
Yes.
When there was a stupid, horrific idea to put City Hall on sacred space, y'all said nope. Y'all led the charge for the sheer amount of protests that happened during that period was staggering, and government could not ignore it. The reason why Congo Square is still sacred space is because you queens led the charge to say this is sacred ground paid for with blood, sweat, and tears, and no one will have it.
That's right. That's right.
I have been blessed to have my life led by strong black women. Y'all all know my mother, Cynthia Hedge Morrell, and even though she can't be all the time, Asatwa and Ms. Mays are here the rest of the time to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. But thank you all so much for being here. I love that we have the opportunity to honor you, but I want to also say that what we do for you will never be enough for what you've done for us. Thank you, and if y'all want to add some words, this is the time. Thank you so much.
Good morning, and thank you all for all your kind words. I know Queen said I was the baby of the group, but I got a lot of footage in. I feel like it's been longer than 35 years. But I just want y'all to remember not to cut the Queens short at all. We do have our organization. It's called Queens of the Nation Indian Council, and it is really strong, and we are growing. Like Queen Asatwa was saying, we got some queens in the audience. So we like about 20 queens strong, and we're still growing. So never, never cut the queens short. We work the community.
I would say thanks to Almighty God,
The mic, she gotta be.
Jesus Christ, and all the queens and everybody that has part in us being here today. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you so much for having us. And I really want to thank you all. Now that I'm 90 years old, it means so much to me to get my flowers while I can still smell them. Thank you so much for having us. It's been a ride, but a good ride. It's my life. I love. I do it because I love it and I do it right. And I've been doing it since 1973. I don't plan on stopping until my casket's up. Now, I cannot walk as far as I used to, but I can ride. And I'll meet you on the street.
Thank y'all so much. That's it. Thank you so much.
We're going to come down. I have proclamations for all the queens that are here today. We'll come down and take some pictures, but like I said, everything we do is still not going to be enough for all y'all giving us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the
You gotta go and take a picture. You can hold, they can hold.
Well,
Councilmember King, you had something you wanted to bring up?
yes, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, can you move forward? Yes. Listen, excuse me, everyone. Can we quiet down a bit? We're going to...
Councilman, you want to do that?
11 o'clock.
Because my proclamation could be quick.
Okay, you think it'd be like... I don't want to put you on a time pinch.
Huh?
Like 5 minutes?
No, we can do something, especially because one of the people is handicapped. We'll do 7 minutes to get it out the way, and I will let them know.
Sure, 7, I'm good.
Madam Clerk, if you could read the third order of business, we could get through it so we could get to Councilmember King's issue.
Third order of business, presentation, Dr. Alan Salarin, President of the World Honesty Day, and Ms. Melinda Parker Brown, CEO, founder of Louisiana United International, Inc. A kickoff of the World Honesty Day, a global celebration of government transparency, honoring the Constitution, the commitments, and Hippocratic Oath in New Orleans on March 16, 2025.
I want to thank Dr. Alan Salarian and Belinda Parker Brown. Dr. Salarian's wife is with him. We had some of the most iconic figures in the world and in the country here talking about government and honesty, transparency, and how government serves people. Guys, we don't mean to rush, but this was so important, especially for you guys to bring and have this summit conference come into the city of New Orleans. We had to honor you guys. I'm going to turn it over to Belinda Parker Brown, and she'll turn it over to Dr. Salarian and talk about the importance of this World Honesty Day and what it means to all of us. Belinda Parker Brown.
Have been just such a phenomenal what's happening in this room today, and I am so pleased to be a part of this agenda and so excited to be here and all the presentations that have went before us. I know that it's a time when you just know that you're in the right place. It feels right, and everything that's been said here today is right. I just want to appreciate this council. I want to appreciate from the bottom of my heart Councilman Oliver Thomas for giving us this opportunity, and his staff, and the Chief of Staff, Ms. Lena. Thank you so much for just your professionalism and all the great work that you have been doing here to help make this transpire for us. World Honesty, as an advocate for good government, that's my work. I have dedicated my life and my passion to have transparency in our government. We all know what's happening in our country. We feel that to stand up and have our voices heard about how we feel as a people in the world today. We want transparency in our government. We want integrity and honesty. And I would love for Oliver to elaborate on Psalms 127. Would you please do that for us, Oliver?
Yeah, first of all, thank you guys for allowing me to be one of the speakers. And I was motivated by this effort, and it was more than just government. It was a spiritual movement, and the people there, in terms of their faith and the fact that they wanted government to work. So I was just reminded of a psalm that when my mom used to pray for the city, she always prays the 127th Psalm. And I think too often when we think about the separation of church and state, It was to keep the state out of God's business, not to keep God out the state's business. And the 127th Psalm says, if God's blessing doesn't supply the builders, then the builders build the city in vain. If God's mercy doesn't protect the city, then the sentries/policemen protect it in vain. So we can haggle about all we want, political ideology, race, and gender, but if faith and the spirit on the foundation, then the city will never be safe. And so I just thought sharing that with the conference was important, because we keep looking for these policy, we keep looking for a savior, a political savior to fall out of the sky. We keep looking for policies to change. We enact laws every day on top of laws, and stuff still doesn't work. But if we lead with our faith, and if we lead with prayer, anything is possible. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. With that said, I want to say that we're here to help promote all the great things that our city is doing. And Dr. Solarian had such a sincere passion and message in his art. And would you like to speak on that, Dr. Solarian, how we want to
Dr. Solarian.
Honesty Day to promote the great work that our city is already doing?
Actually, I'm a better painter than a speaker. English is my third language, so when it comes to sensitive topics, I have found freedom on canvas and the colors. But the reason my wife and I are in this beautiful city, and I really mean it, this is a marvelous, marvelous city, and I think you guys should be very proud of what you've done, is because two of my sons, one is a neurologist, the other is a therapist, moved to New Orleans some 5 years ago. At that time, I had my own prejudice and bias. I said, why do you want to go to a party city? This is, you're a doctor, you research. It's a party town. My son said, Justin said, look, this city has a soul. It has a soul. And people are authentic. These words resonate in my head all the time. And what I found in this town is exactly that. This is a city that has a soul, and soul meaning culture, tradition, values, 10 Commandments. This is what it means. This is why we're here.
And just to make it short, it's no place like home, and this is home. And we want to do everything that we can to help promote the great work that's being done here through World Honesty Day. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Councilwoman King.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas, for bringing this forward. Didn't know much about it, but now I know a little bit more. And thank you for y'all patience. Y'all been here since early, 9 o'clock. So thank you and congratulations to all the work that you've been doing and will continue to do. Thank you.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. Just when I saw this, and I appreciate the presentation, I do want to make a couple of points. One, though I do support the work you're doing, I want to be clear, I support the separation of church and state. Do not support some of the efforts being made at the state level to push religion on people. And I do think personally, as a religious person, my honesty and my faith guides me. But I also want to be very clear, honesty is still something that atheists should aspire to. So when we look at those words put together, I know a lot of people approach me, sent me things saying, well, what's this mean with that, and how does this confirm with that, and this is honesty as they're perpetuating it linked to these other principles. And I said, no, this is something to aspire to. This is something you're making the statement that honesty is what we should all aspire to. But you could believe in none of those things and still need to be an honest person. Mm-hmm. And I think that as a people, as a public, honesty should be paramount. Honesty and communication and in things would resolve pretty much 90% of problems. If people were just honest with themselves and honest with others, you would see a tremendous drop in miscommunication, which leads to every aspect of conflict in society. I mean, when you think about all the things that are happening in society right now, the miscommunication between individuals, between governments, if everyone would just aspire to be honest people who would do the right thing, it would clear up all of that. So I certainly agree, we need more World Honesty Days, and I think everyone should aspire to be honest in all their dealings.
May I say something? I think these are beautiful, beautiful comments. The spirit of the day is governmental honesty, because from the bottom of my heart, governmental honesty and transparency is the issue we're facing. I don't trust my fellow human beings. I don't. We are imperfect, and under stress, we lie, cheat, and do all kinds of bad things. But we have made such progress, and we have learned such wonderful lessons from MLK, JFK, RFK, and other great guys. Today, we have evolved enough to say we have the know-how to ensure that our government and people who work for our FBIs and CIAs will be responsible and follow our Constitution. That's the spirit.
Thank you, 100%. Councilmember Green. Dr. Solari.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Solarian and Ms. Parker, also it's great to have you all here this morning, and as we commence with the celebration of Real Honesty Day, I'd like to emphasize the aspect of it that deals with government transparency. We want more people to participate in government. We want more people to feel confident in government. And one way to do that is to emphasize that there aren't things that should be hidden, that we should be as straightforward as possible and be available to our citizens to answer their questions, and therefore they will feel more, we will all feel more comfortable participating. I know that our city is moving in the right direction in many respects. There are always going to be challenges out there, but I like to emphasize the good side of it. I see a lot of positive in government. I see a lot of sharing of information. I do everything that I can as a council member when questions are asked of me to be as transparent as possible. I like to emphasize that portion of World Honesty Day, and let's all continue to strive to have government to be as transparent as possible. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. We have a proclamation for Belinda Parker Brown and for Dr. Alan Solarian. And let me say, when you're a person of faith, you don't have to profess which faith. And when you're a person who believes with your humanity, you don't have to shine your halo, because other people will shine it for you. Thank you, guys. Let's give them a hand.
You should stay here.
At the top of page 11, at the top of page 14, item 11, legislative grouping, zoning docket 10524, 621 Elysian Fields Group LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a hotel over 10,000 square feet in the floor area in an HMC2 Historic Marinate Treme Bywater Commercial District on square 152, lot 93A in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Elysian Fields Avenue, Charter Street, Royal Street, and Marinate Street. Municipal address 613 through 621 Elysian Fields Avenue, 2221 Charter Street, and 2210 Royal Street. The recommendation of the CPC being for denial. We have motion M25-150 by Councilmember King, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 10524 with modifications as follows. The conditional use is approved. The request waiver for Article 10, Section 10.3.8, maximum building height of 24 feet is denied. The requested waiver of Article 10, Section 10.38, maximum total floor height of 0.81 is denied in its original form, but a modified waiver of 0.65 is approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. CPC at the floor.
For a conditional use to permit the construction of a new hotel at this location on Elysian Fields, which is in an HMC2 commercial district. The district allows hotels by right, but limits them to a square footage of 10,000 square feet. This proposal is for a structure much larger than that, a 130-room new construction hotel with primary frontage on Elysian Fields and secondary frontage on both Royal and Charters. The structure is to be 7 stories in total, essentially having a 4-story mass at the property line, and then an additional, or rather a 3-story mass at the property line, and then an additional 4-story volume set back towards the interior of the site. This requires waivers of both height. The height limit in the district is 50 feet. The proposal was 74 feet, and floor area ratio, which is a control on massing. The limit is 2.2 floor area ratio. The proposal is 3.01. So at the Planning Commission's public hearing, it received a tremendous amount of comment, both in support and opposition. The applicant spoke to their process of iterating through the design in public meetings before the Planning Commission. Members of the public and neighbors spoke in opposition, citing the size of the structure and perceived negative impact on the neighborhood. Ultimately, the Planning Commission felt that the structure was overscaled for the context and that it could not support the waivers that were requested, and therefore the Planning Commission recommends denial.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to start with our 30 minutes. And we're going to keep it to 30 minutes. We have large stack of comment cards of support and opposition. Respect everyone's time. We're going to keep it 30 minutes. We're going to read support, opposition, to make sure that everyone is heard as much as possible. And if we have any online comments, we're going to ask that those be read into the record. So first we're going to have Mr. Michael Eric Burnside come to the podium.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. Once again demonstrating his naivete. I didn't realize what it took to fill this room. So I stand here because I value affordable housing. I value poor people. I want them to have a place to live. And if we don't start including poor people in our consideration of a conditional use, we as a government are giving away one of our leverages. This hotel should have a floor of apartments in which poor people can live. Because the bottom line is poor people have to live somewhere, and we would rather they did not live under our bridges. Therefore, where are they going to live? They're going to live where everybody else lives. I have a friend, he lives in the warehouse right now that's supplied to him by the governor. He and I met at the VA, we talked for a few minutes. He wants to live in the city. He does not want to be moved out into the suburbs or rural Louisiana. He is old. He wants a place that provides food. He gets that right now at the warehouse. He's living in the city, and they provide breakfast and lunch and dinner. We need to start caring about the least of us and including them in where we live. If it is good enough for us, it is good enough for them, and they should have a floor of this hotel, and it should be long-term apartments, and they should live there, because we are a government who is not only of the people and by the people, but supposed to help the people and care about them and their problems. And not only about rich people who have disagreements with each other. If you cannot include poor people in your discussions, you're being cruel and unnecessarily rude. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Just one clarification. Ms. Anita, we're going to add those comments into the records, not actually read those comments into the records. Next, we have Ms. Kate Bliss. I ask everyone, remind everyone to give your name and address, and if you are indeed a paid actor to be here.
Hi, I'm Katie Bliss. I'm one of the 4 partners who own this property. Each of us has contributed to the property equally, both financially as with our time. Most importantly, we're all local to New Orleans. I was born and raised here and continue to conduct work in the city. My address is 621 Elysian Fields or 6045 Chandler Drive. This is our first ever attempt at developing anything together. In addition to the developers that are here today, we have a group of people who do support this project. I ask that you all please stand to make your presence known. As locals, who truly care about the city and the community, we believe that we've acted with integrity, honesty, and good faith in communicating with the neighborhood and the adjacent property owners. We have held 4 public neighborhood participation meetings where we've heard the concerns and thoughts of the community and changed our designs again and again to address their concerns. The concerns that hold the highest importance to us include their privacy, minimizing the vehicle congestion in the neighborhood, and most of all, maintaining an aesthetic design that would complement New Orleans architecture. If granted a conditional use permit, we will absolutely continue to hear the thoughts and concerns of our neighbors and work with them to design something that everyone can be proud of. Please take note that this is currently an empty site. There is no building that holds any historical significance there. This should be seen as an opportunity for progress. We believe that putting a hotel here will bring value to the neighborhood, much needed security, beautification, new jobs, and an economic boost to the neighboring businesses, Frenchman Street, and the city via taxes. Furthermore, there is a need for more hotels. With the significant reduction in legal short-term rentals, there is a shortage of accommodations to satisfy the demand of the people who visit New Orleans. The city has put $550 million into making the convention center more efficient to accommodate larger conventions. However, 47% of conventions pass in New Orleans, not due to the size of the...
Thank you, Ms. Bliss. Ms. Margaret Walker.
Hello, I'm Margaret Walker. I live at 1526 Palmer Street in the Maronite Triangle. What a day it's been here today, huh? We're here again fighting against the corporations from taking over our neighborhoods. The reason why is because we made it nice, and we made zoning laws to keep it this way. Now they want them broken for their building. We made the zoning laws for a reason. They knew when they bought the property that these were the laws that were in place. Once you let one person break the laws, they'll start doing it for all over the city. You can see by all the contractors, I'm sure, who are planning to hit all neighborhoods in New Orleans. So I say no to this project once again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Next, we have Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first thank each and every one of you and your staff and all the people of New Orleans that worked incredible for the Super Bowl. I'm giving more accolades of the great job, how clean the city was, and how nice we were to the visitors. I also want to thank your staffs and all the volunteers from the universities that cleaned up under volunteer Keep Louisiana Beautiful in the weeks leading up to the Super Bowl. It really made our city shine, and hopefully we continue that year round. But thank you again for your efforts. I was so proud to be from New Orleans. I'm here today to support a project that I think is a great addition to our tourism industry, to our hospitality industry, and to a corridor that needs some great development, some wise, smart development. We are spending a lot of money redoing the Mint, the Jazz Museum to attract more visitors, opening up the gates, making it more. We're building some new stages there to host those events for local musicians. And this corridor has a great opportunity to add to the incredible attraction that the French Quarter is and do it smartly. So I'm here to support this venture 100% and hopefully we'll have to go forward. And I want to thank the investors for investing in New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Richard Kohler.
Richard Pollard. Mr. Richard Pollard or Pollard, 1526 Barber Street.
Good morning. My name is Richard Pollack. I'm a resident of the Marigny Triangle. I live at 1526 Palger Street, about 4 or 5 blocks from this proposed development. This proposed development is ridiculously large and totally overscale. Anybody who's looked at it knows that. I don't know why we're having to come back time and time and time and time again to fight this fight. I thought we'd already resolved this back in December. The people putting this project together, the construction company, I'm sure that all the people just stood up and said how great this deal is. They all work for the construction company. I mean, we're not residents of this neighborhood. If you put the one issue that we have here is that when you put a real estate development into a community, you can never take it back. So once these people build this plant and they make their money, we're stuck with an oversized, ridiculously large project that is not in keeping with the community. The community doesn't want it. The neighbors have expressed time and time and time again their opposition to this project. So we're requesting that the city not endorse the compromise that Councilman King has proposed. That compromise basically says, well, you're breaking 2 laws, so if you only break one, we're cool with that. We'll compromise on that. That's not the way the laws work. You know, the laws are supposed to be here. The zoning laws are supposed to be here to protect the people in that community. That's the key. And once you start watering it down, then it's kick you by the door. You know, nobody's going to stop. They're just going to come back for everything in every community. So I'm respectfully requesting that you not grant this because the neighbors don't want it, and it is way too large for the site and for the community that they're trying to put it in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollard. Scott Bernhardt. Name and address. I'm sorry, address and pay speaker now, please.
Hi. I have a feeling I'm be making my neighbors angry here, but my name's Scott Bernard. I live immediately adjacent to the property on Charter Street. I'm an architect and a professor, and I've studied the zoning that's applicable to this site very carefully with concern about the property value of my own home and the quality of life for myself and in our neighborhood. I may anger my neighbors by saying this, but the current zoning allows a building that is 50 feet tall, 5 stories tall, immediately on my property line. That building could have dozens of windows staring right into the back of my house. Those windows, whether or not they're a hotel or low-income housing or whatever they would happen to be, would be destroying the quality of life in my building. I live 36 inches away from what could be a 5-story building. These developers, however, have negotiated with willing neighbors. They've tried to understand the impact that their building would have on the immediate context of people who live right next door to the site, and they have lowered the size of their building substantially where it directly connects to 35-foot restriction properties like my own. I'm willing to accept additional height on Elysian Fields, which is a very large street, as you may know, probably the largest in the city, in exchange for low impact on the smaller residential streets of Charters and Royal. Those are streets with 35-foot limits. I believe also that this strategy would mitigate the views of this new building into my property and destroying the quality of life there. So the building that's proposed, I think, is a compromise between the commercial viability of the site and the needs of the immediate neighbors, not the neighbors who live several blocks away. My thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Leslie Seymour. Ms. Leslie Seymour? Ms. Seymour?
Hello, I'm Leslie Seymour, and I live at 2227 Royal Street, which is across the street from the proposed development. We chose the Marigny because it is a historic district. Life here is about community, and it is lived at a human scale. That's why we came here. We are not against development. We are against a building that does not respect the value of our historic neighborhood. There's no other reason for allowing the developers to break the law for size and massing other than profit. That is what they mean when they say otherwise the numbers don't work. Build something that fits the rules. We must live by the rules for the size and shape of shutters on our homes. Why not them? Also, I see the representative from the Lieutenant Governor's office is here. I'm not quite sure why they never had a conversation with us on the issue. They could have heard from both sides if they had been interested. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Seymour. Mr. Michael Sawaya. Michael Sawaya, okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Sawaya. I'm the President and CEO of Audubon Nature Institute and former CEO of the Montreal Convention Center. I'm glad to be here this afternoon. You know, I've traveled all over the country and test the competitive landscape throughout the country. Since I came to New Orleans 7 years ago, I recognized some of the areas that we need to invest in to remain competitive. A project like this is a hotel project that represents a product that we don't have. It puts us at a competitive disadvantage. Most every city that we compete with for tourists, for conventions, whatever it may be, has a modern version of an extended stay hotel like this is proposing. I don't like for us to lose in the marketplace. We need it too bad in New Orleans. There's a lot of things to love about New Orleans. But keeping up with our competition is important. Reinvesting in our tourism infrastructure is important. Audubon depends on tourists and visitation to bring people to the city to support our facilities, as does the other businesses that all happen here in New Orleans. So I'm in support of new hotel development and new product that enhances our competitive position. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jeffrey Seymour. Mr. Jeffrey Seymour.
I thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I'm not going to talk about what I was going to talk about, but I want to make two comments. Number one, to the Lieutenant Governor, if I may correct you, this project is not in the French Quarter. The second thing is we're not opposed to a hotel on that property. Right now, per the zoning standards, they can build a hotel that is 66,000 square feet. They can do that by right. They can do that this afternoon. They want to build something 20,000 square feet larger. They need to meet 9 criteria in order to do that. The way they meet criteria number 3 is they contend in the motion, in Councilmember King's motion, they contend that if they were restricted to building only up to 66,000 square feet, they will not be able to build a property that is ADA compliant. That is the argument, that is the essence of the argument for why they meet criteria 3. If you believe that it is possible to build a 66,000 square foot building that is ADA compliant, they don't meet criteria 3, which they have to. It's unwaivable, it's unmodifiable. You can't give them a variance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Seymour. Next we have Glenn Armstrong. Okay, it's coming up. Pardon the mispronunciation. Armstrong. Pretty close. Pardon the mispronunciation.
Not a problem. It tends to get missed. Hello. Like I said, my name is Glenn Armentrout. I'm the market president for premium parking, as well as I'm going to speak on behalf of the Louisiana Hospitality Foundation, which I serve as a co-founder and vice president. One of the missions of the Louisiana Hospitality Foundation is to strengthen the economic support, workforce development, and community engagement. The proposed hotel project is a direct investment to our city's hospitality sector, an industry that serves as the backbone of New Orleans' economy by creating new jobs, attracting visitors, and generating increased tax revenues. This project aligns with our foundation's mission of fostering and thriving hospitality ecosystem. Additionally, the parking infrastructure tied to this project plays a critical role in efficient urban mobility by offering structured parking as well as an option to reduce congestion in neighborhood streets, ensuring that visitors, residents, and businesses all benefit from a more organized and accessible environment. This in turn enhances the visitor experience and supports the local businesses that rely on hotel-generated foot traffic. I also want to speak on something that was brought up at the last council meeting, where someone spoke that they made a call to the French Market Corporation to verify that I was not employed by them. I just wanted to clarify that I am not employed by them, but I am employed by Premium Parking, and we have the contract for the French Market parking lots. And one of our job duties and responsibilities is to drive revenue for the parking there, which in turn drives the taxes and revenue that supports the French Market Corporation and all of its efforts for the artists and the musicians and the food vendors and the groundskeeping of the French Market. So this parking that...
That's your time. Thank you. Ms. Gina Wendell.
Thank you, Council. My name is Gina Wendell. I live at 840 Spain Street. And you can tell I'm not as fast as I used to be with this boot on my foot, but we walk a lot. And we were attracted to New Orleans and then to Miami because of the historic culture. I spent 12 years living in Telluride, Colorado. And if anybody's ever been there, you know, it's spectacularly beautiful. And it has maintained the historic architecture of the old mining town it was. That's what we need to do. They're very adamant about their zoning and the zoning rules and laws. And New Orleans needs to do that. People come here because of the quaint culture and the architecture and the French Quarter and the Marin and other Tremé, other surrounding areas. If the council doesn't hold people's feet to the fire to follow the rules, I guarantee they'll start chipping away. I grew up in New Mexico, which has a rich, old history, the Spanish, the Native American cultures, and New Mexico has done a good job retaining most of that. Not nearly as good as what I saw up in Telluride. I hope the council will listen to everybody here and not just think about the people who are trying to make a dime off this project. Think about us that want to keep the historic charm, neighborhood nature of the Faubourg Marigny. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wendell. Ms. Amy Brown. Amy Brown. Keith Scamuza. Okay.
Good morning. I'm Keith Scamuza. I live at 1818 Esplanade Avenue, and I also own the building at 2200 Royal Street, which is adjacent to the development being proposed. It's a restaurant, local neighborhood restaurant, and I'm here to speak in favor of the project. I think the project is well positioned on the corridor to help to revitalize this corridor, which has been really kind of a sleepy no man's land. It could be a central tie that ties the two sides of Marigny together, but instead it's been like this kind of sleepy area where there's nothing going on, blighted buildings, empty buildings, and I think that it's a really good opportunity to change that and make this something special that brings the neighborhood together. The owner's been very responsive to all these neighborhood meetings and changing the design throughout. And every time I've reached out to them about issues happening on the property, they've been there to respond, and I appreciate that this is going to be local developers, a local operator. It's not some corporate outside entity where the corporate profits are going to be sent outside. So I think that's important. And I think regarding the zoning, there is some, they're just requesting an FAR change. Zoning, yes, it's written to be a standard for how we build the city. But of course, each property is a unique opportunity, and this has a very large site that's unlike anything available on Elysian Fields. So I think it probably requires some variance to allow it to happen. Just like my restaurant, I required a parking variance for 20 vehicles on a site that had no parking whatsoever. And the city council.
Thank you, Mr. Scamouche. That's your time. Mr. Robert Beck. Robert Beck.
Thank you. I'm Robbie Beck. I live at 840 Spain. I oppose the compromise that has been negotiated. It doesn't make any sense to have rules and then break them when there's opposition in the neighborhood. If the neighborhood didn't care or was in favor, it might be different, but we oppose it. We purchased and made an investment in our homes because they were protected by the historic nature of the district and the zoning ordinances. Now, you're going to take our investment in a transfer of wealth to this group, devalue our properties so they can make more money. That's not why we have zoning. Also, this idea of a compromise doesn't make sense. If one of these guys bought a Lamborghini and he said, hey, I can drive 185, so I want to drive 185 up and down Elysian Fields. And he said, no, that's crazy. You got to follow the speed limit. He said, okay, I'll compromise. I'll just drive 100. That doesn't make any sense. We have zoning regulations and speed limits to maintain the quality of the neighborhood. Please enforce the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Gutierrez. Michael Gutierrez.
It's Michael Gertler. I live at 2241 Charter Street, which is on the square where this development is to be built. I'm an immediate neighbor also, and I have spoken with several other immediate neighbors who are all in favor of this project. These developers have bent over backwards to respect our privacy, ensure us that the building will architecturally fit in with the character of our neighborhood. I don't believe it's going to devalue my property at all. In fact, I think it's going to increase the value of my property, and I'm very much in favor of them going forward with this. These people have been amazingly cooperative with the neighbors, and I'm thrilled to support their project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jim Garber, and I apologize for mispronouncing any names.
Thank you very much. My name is Jim Gabor. I live at 725 Maroney Street, very close to this project. You'll notice today that the people are coming up here and are supporting this project are all talking about money. They're all going to profit by it one way. Parking, the guy who lives next door, the restaurant on the corner that'll basically become the restaurant for the hotel. Of course they're going to say this is great. Our people are saying you need to talk about the people who live in the neighborhood. One small example, my neighbors on the 600 block of Maroney Street on the west side of the street, when this thing, if it goes up, will suddenly find just outside the property line a 50 to 70 foot gray wall. So much for sunsets, so much for gardens in their backyards, so much for their kids having sunlight in the evening. This is a real people problem. This is intruding into a place we live, we've invested in. I've lived in my house 29 years, again, under the protection of the historic commissions. And now I find that all the laws that we thought were in place and that we had to abide by when we restored our home are now to be ignored. I ask you, please do not let this hotel happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Defeat, Jr.
Good afternoon. Brian DiPape Jr. I'm the owner of the property at 633 Elysian Fields, which is a couple doors down from the proposed hotel, but it also is bound on the back property by the project. I'm also the owner of the Hotel Provincial at 1024 Charter Street, and I've known the development group for many, many years. Personally known Eddie Jacobs for over 25 years, past president of the Hotel Association. I do believe that this project is necessary. The property right now is vacant and blighted. If this project is not approved, it will likely be vacant for many years to come. I do believe it will also bring much needed tax revenue, jobs, and security to the area. Thank you.
Michael Marino. And after Mr. Marino, our last commenter will be Zach Smith.
Thank you, Michael Marino, 922 Row, live close by. This has been an inspirational start to this meeting. Culture has been mentioned. Culture is the way we do things around here. Do we follow the rules or not? Developers have not met any of the variance criteria. We sang Indian Red, my favorite line, we won't bow down. A vote yes says we will bow down to the moneyed interests and not honor our own principles. That's what yes says. It's World Honesty Day. How many of you live in the Marigny? Our neighbors have one request. It's easy. Follow the rules. Follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you. We can put 2 minutes by the last speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Zach Smith, 1000 South Norman C. Francis. I am not paid to be here today. Do a lot of work in town. I've seen a lot of projects. I've seen a lot of issues. I've seen a lot of frustration. As someone who is skewing still on the younger side, I look at this and I say, we're at a pivotal junction this time. We're 20 years post-Katrina this year, and I continue to see the city just limping along, moving very slowly, sometimes moving backwards. I would love to see projects like this continue. I'd love to see projects like this all over town, not just in the Marigny, all over. I think every district would benefit by having economic development opportunities. I know specifically the East continues to be missed opportunity. And this is a perfect opportunity to say, especially as a unified front as a council, that there is a comprehensive way to look at this project, and I think so far the motion that's in front of you is looking at it in that front. This is a major corridor. This is not some side street. This is a major corridor with a massive neutral ground. This is a large street for a larger project, and I think it's a perfect project, and I'm very happy to support it. Thank you.
Are there any comments from the dais? No. Again, Ms. Nita asked that the online comments just be put into the record. Now I have some closing remarks.
I know the full council isn't here. I thought you were waiting until everyone was here.
Oh, just any remarks? Yep. If not, Councilman King can handle his business very well, but I don't want anybody to walk out of here thinking that if it should happen that the city council makes a decision that goes against the wishes of any particular group, that we make decisions based on moneyed interest. There are many things that the city council does which are in opposition to developers, to opposition to people with money. If it were just about money in my district, we'd have former school sites becoming uses that the community wasn't interested in. We have a whole lot going on if it were just for that. whatever the vote may be today, it's about whatever the facts are here in the room. This council is strong enough to make a decision and not have to rely on whether or not we're going to benefit from it in any way in terms of finances. I just want to make that point because sometimes I think the media runs with the comment when somebody says, oh, they're just running after money. There's moneyed interest behind it. There's a lot of decision-making that's involved, and I know this is not my district, but I know a lot of meetings have taken place and that there's been some compromise. Whatever the vote is today, and I want to make it clear to anyone who thinks that our city is moving in the right direction. Our city is moving in the wrong direction. Our city is moving in the right direction in many respects. But as we also look at World Honesty Day, if you will, which happened to be on the agenda today, there are some times when the city council is being honest whenever a decision is made, and we're making a decision that we feel is in the best interest of the city and has nothing to do with moneyed interest. That's all I want to say. I look forward to the vote and a further discussion. Councilman King, and thank you for bringing this before us today.
Thank you, Councilman Green. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you, Councilman Green, for those comments. It's interesting the time that we're in with so many different projects that seem to pit neighbors versus growth and development versus political interests versus politics. When this piece started, I think the one thing Councilman King did was he sat down with me to talk about how he would mitigate a lot of the concerns. I listened to him. First of all, I asked him if he thought this was something that was good for his district or good for the city. Councilmember King assured me that he wouldn't have been moving forward if it was not what he thought was a good thing that could benefit us economically, benefit us socially, and add value to the city. I trust that my colleague. This is a very sensitive time, when you talk about how neighbors feel about what they think is business encroachment. But also at some point, we have to have that balance where people believe that either we're looking out for the best interests of the community, we're looking out for the best interests of their neighborhood, and we're looking out for the best interests of opportunity. And the one thing that helped me make my decision, Lieutenant Governor, was that the group that is investing here and the business people here, in the times that I've worked with them in the past, they were never the kind of people that neglected a neighborhood or disrespected a neighborhood. So I know there's some hesitation about the impact here, but in my relationship with the folk who are promoting this and who are investing in this, there have always been some of the more honorable business people in my political life that I've ever dealt with. And that may not make the people in the community who are against it feel good, but in the history in my relationship with them, they've always been honorable and respectful whenever they've started or initiated an opportunity. So I appreciate the fact that the compromises that the councilman put forward, I know he's always fighting for the best interests of our community, so I look forward to the vote.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas. We've heard a lot today about zoning variances and the 9 approval standards that must be met in order to grant them. I recognize that the CPC has concluded that these criteria have not been met, but I also recognize that these criteria are in large part subjective. Our office has studied each approval standard carefully, and our motion for modified approval details our finding that all 9 criteria have in fact been met. Let's put approval standards aside for a moment and look at the big picture. At the end of the day, this council has approved not 1 but 2 conditional uses for hotels over 10,000 square feet within 2 blocks of this site since we assumed office. Both approvals were in the same HMC2 zoning district as the proposed site, and both proposals include a zoning variance that were granted. This puts to rest the idea of special treatment being given. One even included a request to waive the same 2.2 floor area ratio FAR requirement that is under consideration today. Also want to call attention to the scale and massing that is already permitted in the zoning district by right. As it stands, the HMC2 district allows buildings up to 50 feet high with no setbacks required. I don't disagree that these development standards may be at odds with the immediate built environment, but the fact remains that those are the bulk and yard permissions that already exist by right, and this application does not change that. On the contrary, by approving this development through a conditional use, neighbors now have a unique opportunity to provide input into what gets built next door to them. One such concern was privacy. Several neighbors made it clear over the course of multiple pre-application meetings with the developers that they did not want hotel rooms peering into their backyards. The developers listened, and they have since adjusted their plans to solve for the very concern. I urge the developers and community to continue working together, and I urge the developer to make the impact on Royal Street as minimal as possible, specifically with Ms. Barbara LaFleur and her husband and Mr. and Mrs. Seymour. When the developers originally met with me, they asked for 3 waivers: height, parking, and FAR. I told them no to height, told them no to parking, and I believe a compromise of FAR was appropriate. They originally wanted FAR 3.5. We met in the middle. The city allows 2.2, and we met in the middle with 2.85. I think that is reasonable, and with this I move for modified approval. Second by Councilmember Green. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of page 41, we have item 54, motion M25-133 by Councilmember Thomas, designating the intersection of Rosemont Place and Prentice Avenue as Blanca Mac Way honorary intersection pursuant to section 146-762 of the Code of the City of New Orleans. 54.
Ms. Blanca, if you could, first of all, Blanca Mac, thank you for being patient. If we could have order in the court.
Excuse me, if you are in chambers and talking, please exit. This matter is now over. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Chairman. I guess it all depends on who it is. First of all, Ms. Mack, thank you for being patient. The reason why we're honoring you today as a New Orleanian and a native of this community, you've been on this quest for financial literacy, especially for our kids. In conversations with you about the gap, the financial gap with African Americans and the rest of the community, the fact that many black children not only are financially illiterate, but the gap in earnings, the gap in understanding finances has caused the generation that's come behind us for the predictions to be that they will be poorer per capita than the 2 generations before them. You have been on a quest with your writings and with your consulting to have educational institutions throughout this country focus not just on financial literacy, but overall literacy for young African American and young disadvantaged kids. So we could not let you do your work around the country and around the world without knowing that one of the most serious issues today, and that is the widening gap financial disparity that affects our people, without coming here today to say that we think that designating Rosemont Place and Prentice Avenue as Blanca Mac Way is not only the appropriate way to honor you, but the appropriate way to let you know that our city recognizes what you're doing around the country and around the world. And we appreciate and we look forward to you having that same effort for financial literacy amongst our children here. Ms. Mack.
Thank you, and good afternoon, City Council. So I want to say thank you for the beautiful honoring, and I'm very excited to be before City Council again. It's always great to be before you on such a joyous occasion, such a positive one. As an activist, a universal one, an author, I stand for so much more than myself. I learned that I represent an activist. In light of Dr. Martin Luther King, I would like to say that this moment I give the glory to God, because I wouldn't be here without God leading me in my purpose. And through this journey, I learned what I represent and how to utilize my platform and how to utilize my voice to change the conditions of the underserved community. I started the Blanca Movement 444 Financial Literacy World Tour, not to create something that I personally wanted, something I thought that was humanly necessary to educate the scholars, because I learned that they are impacted by the music that they listen to, and it has an impact on their life, how they live, how they think, and a lack of resources that are in the school. I'm super humbled to be honored with an honorarium of this magnitude bestowed upon me, because in my personal journey, I'm always asked, what are some of your favorite highlights? Like, what are some of your accolades that you enjoy? And this has to be at the top of the list, to be honored by my city, and to truly have a moment where I can seize the moment and smell my flowers. It's been a long time coming. I would say definitely 17 years in philanthropy. And in the light of Dr. Martin Luther King, we have so much work to do because of the same things that he was fighting for and died for. We're still currently going through it systematically through the color of our skin. And as an African-American woman, I have to bring light to, we have no limits, we have no ceilings. And it was a beautiful thing that I also learned that through my teachings, Dr. Martin Luther King was revolutionary because he brought out over 250,000 people on the March on Washington, which holds more than Madison Square Garden, which is 20,000 people. So when I like to talk to the scholars and the youth, and they have their favorite artists, and we talk about all of these things, we can't undo history, but we can be a part of it. And it took one person to create a legacy and to wake a nation and to bring out a nation. But it was not about hiding behind our titles. You know, we get there by the grace of God. It wasn't easy. And because I'm one of the humble ones that actually made it, it allows me to speak from a position of an activist, which is in rare form with no filter and transparency. And that's why the tour went to an international level, because you have a leader that understands the conditions of the people and actually can relate, and they can see themselves within the leadership. And that is what make true leaders, actually understanding the concern of the people, being for the people, and it's always people over politics. Because within every arena there's politics, but the people that truly care is the people that sit on the chairs like you guys that actually make, the world better and, can internalize what the people truly need. They need representation. From an African-American standpoint, we need leadership and we need excellence. A lot of time we get confused with black excellence. But last time I checked, Dr. Martin Luther King was an intellect. He was a doctor. And it wasn't because of his skin color that broke barriers. We didn't have a choice. So when you think of the sacrifice he made, how dare we think it's appropriate to erase history? How dare we watch them erase history when we wouldn't be, the Blanca Mack of the world, the Oliver Thomas, the Eugene Green. We wouldn't be who he fought for us to be, to sit in a mix of diversity and have these positions. We have these positions because of the sacrifice he did, so I always make sure I pay tribute to that, because I noticed through the glitz and glam and the things that the millennials are interested in, it has nothing to do with a solid foundation. A solid foundation is through education. Every great leader emphasized how important education was, and that's what they were for. Outside of who the messenger was, we get caught up in who the messenger is instead of the message. And the message is to truly maximize your greatness. We have no ceilings. I am a representation of that. This is a milestone in my journey, and it's something that I want to share for the city. A lot of things I do now is not even for self. I've been through so much in life to where this is just one more on the books. I believe it makes you a survivor. You overachieve, and you tell your story to be a testimony to save, the world, or someone who's inspired by you. So I take this with great respect, very high regard, but I ask of you personally, from an activist standpoint, there would be no community without an activist. Because have you ever seen a team being led without a leader? Even championships are won because of leadership. So when the community has spoken and has chosen that they're activists, plural, we have to answer those emails. We have to answer those requests, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who stand up for everyone, because we have no interest in none of those things. We don't have an interest in celebrity status. We don't have an interest in those conversations. We just want to be there on the right side of things and ensure that we are sleeping good at night and we can be respected. That's the integrity that I've learned by listening to people that they care about. And I'm happy that they look at me as a person of integrity, character, and principles. And I want to continue to lead by that. So I want to thank each and every one of you for taking a moment to honor me. It's truly one of the most selfless acts, because it's a moment of your time, it's a moment of my time. In 2 days, I'll be on CBS Detroit, and I would like to shine a light on New Orleans once again, because at the end of the day, you can't do anything without continuing to build your resume. And every time someone sees me on the media, that's progress in our community of who we can become. So it's no longer about Blanca Mack, it's about the unlimited potential that we have to be anyone we become. And Dr. Martin Luther King should have tribute to this day, because I wouldn't be here without him, and neither would you.
Thank you. Thank you. Move adoption of Blanca Mack Way, second by Councilmember Green. Vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays, and the motion passes.
Hey, before you get up, I'd like to give a moment of personal privilege, because we didn't get an opportunity to speak. I really appreciate you meeting young people where they are. I know with my own kids, we listen to Space Program by Tribe Called Quest every day when I bring them to school. And I do that because you have to meet kids where they are and where their interests are. And I found that through music, sometimes lyricists really have a way to reach young people the way adults cannot. And they are able to learn things in a way that they can process that I can't teach them. So I just want to thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mack.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if Tribe Called Quest is meeting where they at. My kids are Einstein.
We need the vote to adjourn to go to executive session. Second.
Oh, wait, we have one comment on that before we go in. Yep, Mr. Burnside, come on down. Thank you, Mr. Burnside.
Oh, man. What's left in my brain is already pretty much gone. So the executive session that I put in was about the Airbnb situation. So the newspapers had several Airbnb comments. And I don't know the future, and I'm not going to predict the future. What I'm going to ask is, as you move forward, understand that the law treating everybody equal is a joke, because everybody includes juridical people. So you're going to treat your grandmother the same way you're going to treat Exxon Corporation. But your grandmother is not going to drill an oil well in your backyard. But Exxon Corporation will. But your grandmother had the right to drill an oil well in the back of your yard. She just didn't. So when Exxon shows up to drill the oil well and there's a spill in your backyard, understand that Exxon's being treated exactly equally under the law that your grandmother could have been treated if she just had sufficient financing. So my problem is that we're going to treat somebody like Sandra Corporation, which has a giant building full of like 100 or 200 friggin' Airbnbs, the same way you're going to treat your grandmother, because the law recognizes them as equal, and they are not equal. I can love your grandmother, and I'm not going to love Exxon. So I wish that every single human being in this city had as right the privilege and right to have a one-bedroom Airbnb. One bedroom, one person, and no other bedrooms, no 2 bedrooms, no 3 bedrooms, no 7 bedrooms, and you have to actually be a person, as in not a juridical person, as in somebody who's caring of culture, somebody who's caring of love, and somebody who's caring of the soul of God, and not a juridical joke. Thank you.
Councilmember Tucci-Berry?
We're going to executive session. Are we going to vote? We had a motion and a second to go into executive session. Can we All in favor say aye. Aye. That is 6 yeas, no nays. We're in executive session.
Vote to reestablish the quorum. Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Morel. Councilmember Jeruso. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember King. Councilmember Green. We have 5 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you. I will move to reconvene. All right, sorry. Councilman Harris moved to reconvene. Councilman Druso seconded. 5 yeas, no nays. We are reconvened.
At the top of the agenda, at the top of the consent agenda on page 4, we have a communication from Aaron Spears. This may be received. We have a communication from Christopher K. Ralston. This may be received. We have a communication from Bryce L. Solomon. This may be received. Suggested hearing date 3/13/25. We have a communication from Dan Jetridge. This may be received and referred to the Climate and Sustainability Committee. We have a communication from Dan Jetridge. This may be received and referred to the Transportation Committee. We have a communication of Anita Curran, 2225 North Durbin Street. This may be received. We have a report from Romeo Samuel. This may be received. Suggested hearing date 2/27/25. We have a report from Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Suggested hearing date 3/13/25. We have a report of Caitlin Tamrick. This may be received. We have a motion M25-112 by Councilmember Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas, Mardi Gras Special Rate Pay Amendment. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have motion M25-114 by Councilmember Moreno. The Joint Governmental Affairs and Economic Development Committee recommended approval. We have motion M25-118 by Councilmembers Morel, Moreno, Harris, and Green by request. Joint Governmental Affairs and Economic Development Committee recommended approval. This is all matters on consent.
Mr. Burnside wishes to comment on the consent agenda.
In regards to item number 6, 2225 North Durbin Street. I'm sure I did not pronounce that correctly. Seems to be a perfectly fine double across the street from a brand new building built by Crescent Care. So this building apparently was bought for plus or minus $200,000 and now it's going to be demoed. If you look on the One Stop app, there's only like 5 listings, none of them are negative. The last listing was positive back in 2018 and had a little electrical fix. If you look on the assessor's website, again, I mentioned they paid like $200,000 to buy the building and now they're going to demo it. This is bad behavior. This is building, as in housing, as in affordable housing, as in a place where poor people can live. If we're just going to keep demoing poor housing, then we need to figure out a way to start building it. So the Crescent Care people need to put an additional floor on their building and rent it out if they're going to be knocking down all the neighboring houses. This is a horrible precedent. It's a perfectly good building. There's no reason to knock it down, and every reason in the world to rent it out. Thank you.
Thank you. I will move to adopt the consent agenda. Can I get a second? Well, second by Councilmember Thomas. All in favor? 7 yeas, no nays. Consent agenda is adopted.
Council members, we need the vote to add a communication to the agenda.
I will move. Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor? This is the previous item we're still catching up on. So vote on this one, and then the next one.
Voting to receive, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Next.
And then we need to vote to add it to the agenda.
All right. I will move to add it to the agenda. Can I get a second? Second. Second by Council Vice President Moreno. Please vote your machines.
Hold on.
All right.
We have a communication from Jesse S. George, New Orleans Public Director, Alliance for Affordable Energy. A resolution in order establishing a docket and procedural schedule with respect to achieving 100% renewable and clean energy for the City of New Orleans, UD 2202.
We have to move to have that received, or we do?
No, we don't.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Regular agenda. At the top of page 8, we have item 1, City Code Section 22-551, vendor payment accounting hearing. This has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the top of page 9, we have item 2, legislative grouping in resolution line over 2596 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the bottom of the page, item 3, consideration of the master plan recommendations by City Planning Commission has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the top of page 10, item 4, legislative grouping, demo application of Carlos Hampton, Hampton Enterprise LLC, application 24-34761 demo for a demolition permit requiring City Council review and approval for the following property located at 2225 North Durban Street, Council District D. We have motion M25-127 by Councilmember Green approving the demolition request of Carlos Hampton, Hampton Enterprise LLC for property located at 2225 North Durban Street.
I have a comment card from Mr. Burnside, who just commented on the matter on the consent agenda, but you probably want to comment again, or do you? I do not. Thank you, President. Okay. So on this particular property, I hear Mr. Burnside's concerns, but I want to let you know this comes as a request of the healthcare center because they wish to have parking so that their patients, excluding those who are in wheelchairs, don't have to park into the community. This is not just for their staff. It's not really for their staff at all. It's for patients, and it's for their growing clientele. So at the end of the day, the house has been vacant for a while. In my opinion, the in-use justifies the move to demolish that property. Is there a representative of Crescent Healthcare? You don't have to be here, but if there is a representative, yes, come forward, Mr. Vick, just for a second, and just talk about, because we've done this before, and I think that I would want the council to know that any demolition that I request that is not a blighted property has to be one that is going to serve a community purpose.
Thank you, Councilman Green, for the opportunity to speak. Hello, council members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Crescent Care is a community health center. We started out almost 40 years ago as No AIDS Task Force. We moved into the St. Roch community because of the need in the community. We've actually outgrown our space because of addressing those needs. We want to do this in order to expand our services, create better access for the community and our clients, to offload the neighborhood regarding parking. But it's a multi-use plan that we have considered that includes creating outdoor space for gardening, enhanced landscaping, and an opportunity for our clients to have a better experience and hopefully continue receiving their care at Crescent Care.
Thank you very much. Council members, do you have any questions of Mr. Vick? With that, I move for approval of 24 of this particular motion. M25-127. May I get a second? Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Members, please vote your machines on 25-127. If the machines aren't working, may I entertain a voice vote? Is there any? 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much.
At the bottom of the page, item 5, IZD.
Thank you, Mr. Vick, for being present today.
125 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the top of page 11, item 6, IZD 225 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the bottom of the page, item 7, legislative grouping, zoning docket 9324, City Council motion 24-376, requesting an amendment to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to create ice manufacturing and vending machines as a principal and accessory use in a non-residential zoning district except for an HUB1A historic urban neighborhood business district. The recommendation of CPC being for the now, we have motion M25-131 by Councilmember Morrell approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 9324.
CPC.
Thank you, Council Member. This is a application initiated by Council motion to amend the city's zoning ordinance to create a classification for what we're calling ice manufacturing and vending machines, which are essentially shipping container-sized machines that vend ice. And they're different from the sort of smaller types of machines you typically find outside of gas stations. The Planning Commission staff finds that these should be restricted to the highest intensity commercial districts, so the C3 commercial district as well as the industrial district. The logic behind this is that these are prefabricated structures that are really not appropriate in design for historic and mixed-use contexts. They also have a 24-hour operation element, and the noise that comes along with that, which can be disturbing to nearby residential properties. And so the thought here is restrict them to those sorts of districts that are really intended for the most intensive types of non-residential use. So that was the staff's recommendation. The Planning Commission held a public hearing. The Planning Commission was not in support of the application at all, recommends denial. I believe that they find that the existing regulations that do allow these sort of gas station adjacent machines are satisfactory, and that there's not a need for these newer, more impactful machines that justifies the zoning amendment. So this is before you with a denial recommendation from City Planning.
Thank you. Before we get to the public comments, I want to make sure it's noted for the record that the motion does now include, at the request of district council members, an HUMU as a conditional use. So with that, I will get to the public comment. Mr. Zach Smith.
Good afternoon, Council. Zach Smith, 1000 South Norman C. Francis, on behalf of a developer. Just wanted to say thank you, especially to the staff members. There was a lot of back and forth on this across all of your districts, a lot of special requests, a lot of negotiation, a lot of compromise, and the staff members, I think, really helped keep this on track. And just want to say thank you and appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron will not be speaking today.
Okay, skipping Ron Lozelle. Chris Costello. Okay, he's not here. He did state, make us a conditional use for HMC2 and HMC1. I think that's addressed. And then we have Susan Johnson.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, Historic New Orleans. Neighborhoods, I am not paid to be here. My letter of objection is on the record as of this morning before 8. I'm sorry that was late, but the main thing I want to say is I completely agree with CPC staff, CPC commissioners who are finally pretty much dead set against this expansive use as proposed. And in brief, not to take up your time, we don't need these tin cans across town. I'm sorry. We should keep them in commercial corridors. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further comment. As stated previously, my office has worked with all individuals who express concerns. There's incorporated to it as a conditional use in HUMU. With that, I will move for adoption. All in favor? Well, the machine's actually on point, so you can vote now on the machines. All right. 5 yeas, no nays. It is adopted.
At the top of page 12, we have a legislative group in zoning docket 9524, City Council Motion M23-146, requesting an amendment to the text of Article 25 of the Comprehensive Zoning to permit the reduction in size of legally non-conforming electronic billboards and billboards created under the processes underlined in Section 25.7 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance without affecting their non-conforming status. And considering the request of the City Planning Commission is also directed to make changes to Section 24.4 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to resolve any conflict created. The proposed text change would affect legally non-conforming billboards procedures that are applied citywide. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval. Where motion line over M2542 by Councilmember Harris, approving the request for zoning docket 9524. Where motion M25137 by Councilmember Harris, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 9524, subject to the provisos set forth by the CPC report, with the exception of provisos which shall be modified as follows. Any non-conforming electronic billboard may be voluntarily demolished without a loss of its legal non-conforming status, other to allow for the billboard or its support structure to be repaired and or replaced. The repair and or replacement shall not increase the size or height of the billboard and otherwise increase its intensity. The billboard must be reestablished within 180 days of the date of demolition. If it is not reestablished within 180 days of the legal non-conformity is lost. A holder of a validity issue billboard, permit or non-conforming billboard structure, which permit incurring in good status, in which permit holding is also the owner of the non-conforming structure, shall be allowed to remove said structure for maintenance, repair, or restoration and build back without loss of non-conforming status.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Stephen, will you brief us on the CPC report?
Sure. This is a pretty technical one about non-conforming billboards. Essentially, the regulations today say that if you take a billboard down for any reason, including maintenance, you lose the non-conformity. That acts as a disincentive to maintaining the billboard or the structure. So what this does is allow for a temporary demolition so that the structure or the billboard itself can be rebuilt and restored to use. So it doesn't really kind of change the policy of a non-conforming regulation, just makes it more workable for maintenance purposes, and so the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Thank you, Stephen. I move for approval. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor? 6 yeas. Thank you so much.
At the top of page 13, we have item 9, legislative grouping, zoning docket 9624, City Council motion M24492, requesting an amendment to the text of Article 21, Section 21.AC18 or of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to remove special exceptions from block limitations. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval. We have motion M25111 by Councilmember Morrell, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 9624.
Thank you. Simply put, as you know, when we passed the NSTR general framework, we allowed for exceptions from the block place limitations, and those have been ongoing since the passage of the legislation in 2023. This simply closes the allowance of special exemptions. Essentially, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of us doing the special exemptions was to allow individuals who've been operating legally to have a framework or a process to go through a process to potentially get a special exemption under this process. That being said, it was never to allow for the proliferation of additional NSTRs into perpetuity. The window has closed. This puts the window firmly down and says going forward, it is one per block face, well, one per square block, and that those shall be lotteried when there are multiple people who seek them. That's what it does. Mr. Burnside, you have a comment?
I find myself in disagreement with the gentleman who serves at large here in the city. I'm not sure during the discussions about special exemptions whether a certain time limit was envisioned by those participating in the discussion or not. But what I do know is that I believe the poor people should enjoy some of the fruits of our tourism economy. We just had a Super Bowl, and I can tell you that a large number of the human beings who live in my neighborhood did not benefit from it at all. And so I see small, one-bedroom, short-term rentals as an opportunity for middle-class people who own a home or who are rich enough to lease a nice home to help pay for the costs of being middle class, whether it's insurance or health care for their kid or whatever they need. And I think that subjecting all that to a lottery is unwise for the city. I think the city should allow each of its residents, who is a human being and not a juridical person, to by right rent one of the bedrooms to whomever they want, whenever they want, to make a profit so that they can stay here. Because we boast about our tourism economy, and we boast how we're a tourist destination, and we boast about how good we are to our guests, and yet in all that boast, we never mention the people who live here. The people who live here want a piece of that pie. And part of that is having some method that's legal to participate. And right now, this special exception gives hope to people who otherwise will either A, engage in illegal activity, B, move, or C, just bitch real loudly.
All right, Mr. Burnside, I appreciate that's your perspective. The problem is the Fifth Circuit of the United States of America doesn't agree with you. Essentially, the city of New Orleans cannot treat a juridical person different than a regular person. If the city of New Orleans had its druthers and there was no Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal, there was no Citizens United decision, and we could treat juridical persons different than real persons, then that would be allowed. Unfortunately, as I said, you should take up your problem with the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, because if they did not hold that juridical people are given the same right as citizens, wouldn't have this problem. The reality is that the reason why the City Council has taken such a stringent view on short-term rentals is that we cannot prefer the person who is a citizen of New Orleans, who is not an out-of-state investor, over the person that is. That is not possible under the law of the United States of America, as currently interpreted by the courts. So I appreciate you come here and you say, well, you could just do this. Well, we can't. No, Mr. Burnside, you don't get an opportunity. I've let you make your comments twice, and I'm responding to it. We are beholden as a governmental agency to the laws of the United States of America, which has interpreted that there is no difference between a person who's a juridical person or a real person. When that changes, in that utopian moment when they repeal Citizens United and courts begin to view people as superior to corporations, then that's a consideration we'd love to take up. That's not the reality currently. So we are doing what's best for neighborhoods. Those individuals who needed this exception, this council gave them over a year to take advantage of it. It was never intended to be left open for forever, and to be clear, many of the people who are taking advantage of it as we moved out are not your neighbors who've been living there for 10 years. With that, I move for approval. I want to add. Okay, Mr. Green wants to add a comment.
All right, no, it's going to be favorable. No, I hear your voice going down. We got time. I just want to emphasize, and it's not only just to Mr. Burnside, that I have the opportunity to attend many community meetings, and I just want to let you know that they've talked about the issue of short-term rentals, and it's important to recognize the rights of those who have invested in communities too. We want to provide opportunities for people to do whatever they can in certain respects, but we can't allow everything. Everything doesn't go when it comes to certain issues. I think, for example, that the residents of Pontchartrain Park who have voted at a community meeting overwhelmingly that they don't want short-term rentals, after having invested in their properties and lived there for 40 years, for example, their children now taking over properties, I think that they have that right. It is not for them to criticize or condemn those who don't have, but very honestly, I strongly support, and I am still consistent with regards to the fact that people who have invested in their communities have a right to want to have some determination of how their investment plays out. There are many ways to assist those who are in need of housing. There are places in my district that we never look at when those who are talking about providing affordable housing look at, because it doesn't provide them the access to the streetcar, it doesn't provide them the walking access to the different places, and that's why we have communities, very honestly, that are hard to develop. So maybe some of those who are concerned about those issues that you raised should look at some of those communities and want to see more investment taking place there. But at the end of the day, I know I've said this multiple times, it's just a little bit off because of what Mr. Burnside said. We can respect communities, people who've invested in them, who have raised their children in those communities, who want to pass on those assets to their families without saying that we're discriminating against others who want to live the same way. That was just a general comment. Thank you, but I appreciate your having brought this before the body.
Six yeas, no nays. Oh, 7 yeas, no nays. Stop it.
At the bottom of the page, item 10, legislative grouping, zoning docket 9724, city council motion M24-493, requesting an amendment to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend Article 19 to create a new interim zoning district called the non-commercial short-term rental special exception interim zoning district, the intent of which is to prohibit the issuance of any non-commercial short-term rental by special exception as specified in Article 21, Section 21.8.c.18.r. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval, we have motion M25-110 by Councilmember Morrell, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 9724.
Thank you. This approves the NSTR special exception as it is, which is already in place. It just continues it. I'll move for adoption. Second by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, 7 yeas, no nays. Stopped it.
At the top of page 15, item 12, legislative grouping, zoning docket 225, and motion M25-129 has been continued to the meeting of 313. At the bottom of the page, item 13, legislative grouping, zoning docket number 325, Rinky Dink Enterprise LLC, requesting a zoning change from an HURM2 Historic Urban Multifamily Residential District to an HUB1 Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District on Square 391, lots 8 or 9, or 9 or in an undesignated lot in the First Municipal District bounded by Magnolia Street, Errata Street, Cleo Street, and South Robinson Street. Municipal address 1231 Magnolia Street. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval, we have motion M25-116 by Councilmember Harris, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 325.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Stephen, can you brief us on the CPC report?
Sure. So this is a property in Central City, vacant lot, intended to be developed with an outdoor restaurant. The current zoning, which is residential, does not allow that, so they have sought this zoning change. There were a couple speakers in favor at the Planning Commission's public hearing, none in opposition. The Planning Commission was supportive of the redevelopment plan and recommends approval.
Okay, Mr. Burnside.
Gordy Burnside, 2215 Felicity. Unmentioned is, of course, that the staff recommended against it because it doesn't meet the 9 criteria. So Commissioner Stagg decided to accept it. There are no need whatsoever for any restaurant at this location. There is a hot food available 2 blocks away. There is a second hot food 4 blocks away. There is a third hot food 4 blocks in a different direction. And there are 3 restaurants 4 blocks in yet another direction. That gives us 6 restaurants. We don't actually need anything, plus the state's building a food court 2 blocks away. So the idea that there's a need here is untrue. There is no need here. Next, the land in question, of course, is zoned for residential. By allowing this particular conditional use, you have spot zoned this particular piece of property to the benefit of its owners, and only to its owners, for economic benefit only. It does not benefit either the school that's across the street or the parking lot for the Home Depot that's across the street. There's no reason for the city to even pretend to benefit from this. It does not. And the staff recognized that fact when it actually recommended denial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to move to adopt. Second by Councilmember Moreno. All in favor? 6 yeas. Thank you.
At the top of page 16, we have item 14, legislative grouping, zoning docket 725, Sankofa Community Development Corporation, requesting a non-conditional use to permit an accessory parking lot in the HURD2 Historic Urban 2-Family Residential District on Square 424, Lot 2, in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Falstall Street, Murray Street, Renee Street, and St. Claude Avenue, municipal address 1122 Falstall Street. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval, subject to one proviso. We are motion M25-132 by Councilmember Thomas, approving and modifying the applicant's request for zoning docket 725 to include the additional proviso to read as follows. The applicant shall consolidate the two lots associated with the site into a single lot of record through the City Planning Commission. The applicant shall submit a complete application for the re-subdivision prior to the City Planning Commission signing off on final plans. The approved subdivision shall be recorded with the Clerk of Civil Courts, Land Records Division, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy by the Department of Safety and Permits.
City Plan.
Thank you, Councilmember. This is an application to allow a parking lot to occupy a vacant lot immediately to the rear of the Fresh Stop Market at St. Claude and Forstall in the Lower Ninth Ward. The parking lot is to support the market and allow for the convenience of its customers. The Planning Commission is in favor of this proposal and recommends approval.
We have two speakers on this issue, Mr. Burnside and John Mouton. Mr. Burnside.
So it is a vacant lot, 7,000 square feet of vacant lot, and it'll make a very nice parking lot. It would have made a better apartment building. I'm not really in favor of parking lots. I prefer parking structures. It is not without consideration that a building could be put here in which the first floor was parking and the second floor of apartments could exist and be rented out to people. To take 7,000 square feet out of a zoned situation where you're supposed to have an HURD2, which is a polite way of saying historical use, and you put residential buildings there, is a pattern. We're finding that HURD2 lots basically don't have any use for housing because the owners can make more money as commercial, more accurately as parking lots or carry out restaurants or anything else. At some point, it becomes a question, why does everybody else have to obey the rules when certain people don't? So at some point, maybe 10 years from now, it may become wise to not really zone things anymore, because if you keep doing exceptions, people are going to wonder what it takes to become an exceptional person. In this case, they're good people. They help people. They do good things. They give food to poor people. But once you make this permanent, they don't have to continue to be good. They can sell to whomever they want at any time they want. So simply because somebody's good today should give them a lease, not necessarily a permanent, forever right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. John Mouton.
Hey, thank you. I just want to say thank you first for the recommendation for approval. This will provide much-needed access for the community to the Fresh Start Market, which provides groceries to the community and affordable, fresh food. And the Sankofa has already agreed to move forward with the re-subdivision for the lots and agrees to the proposal. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Mouton and Mr. Burnside. We had a standing room only meeting there about a week ago with our congressman and with residents with the Fresh Stop Market. And the service they provide is much needed, especially in the area that's considered a food desert. The parking not only allows it to continue to thrive, but it allows drive-up access to a market that's really fulfilling a good service. Well, I want to thank the Planning Commission for approval, and with that, I move adoption. Second by Councilmember Giarrusso. All in favor? Aye. Aye, aye, aye.
Aye. What's up?
5 yeas, no nays, and the matter passes. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 15, zoning docket 825 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the top of page 17, item 16, legislative grouping, zoning docket 925, Angela S. Dix, Verlin J. Dix Jr., and AAA Dix Enterprise, LLC, requesting a zoning change from an SRS suburban single-family residential district to an MU2 high-intensity mixed-use district on lot 63A or part lot 62, lot 63, and part lot 64, and lot 67 through 72 on Square 81, bounded by Moore Avenue, Berman Avenue, Downer Drive, Anson Street, and the West Bank Expressway. Lots 5 through 12 on Square 93, bounded by Moore Avenue, Arizona Street, Berman Highway, and Elmwood Park Drive in the 3rd Municipal District. Municipal addresses 2410, 2419, 2422, 2423, and 2455 Moore Avenue, 2300 through 2310 Elmwood Park Drive. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval, we have motion M25-151 by Councilmember King, granting or approve the applicant's request for zoning docket 925.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. City Planning Commission has the floor.
Thank you, Council Member. This is a zoning change application that would allow the expansion of an existing flea market that's on the West Bank Expressway in Algiers. It would rezone a few lots that are adjacent to the existing facility along Moore Avenue and Elmwood Park to allow the facility to increase its footprint, provide parking, and increase its programming. There were several speakers in favor at the Planning Commission's public hearing, one in opposition. The Planning Commission was supportive of the developer's efforts and recommends approval of this zoning change.
Thank you for that report. We have a few comment cards. Mr. Ron Lazel, no, just in support. Zachary Smith, he's just in support. Mr. Humphrey, followed by Ms. Dix.
Good afternoon, Council, City Council. My name is Ray Humphrey. I reside at 1219 Newman Street, New Orleans, 70114. Just speaking, first and foremost, to thank you guys for consideration today. This project my wife's been working on for some time now, going back probably 8 to 12 years. A lot of people get up here. I've been here all day, and I've seen people do a lot of talking, but my wife is actually someone who's doing the walking through the neighborhood, making sure that the citizens that reside in the area are taken care of. She helps people get paint, fencing, dirt, whatever repairs are necessary for the properties. She's really vested in trying to help clean up this area and being a shining example on the West Bank Expressway, so when you're coming from Gretna, that you see something pleasurable coming in Algiers, and then also trying to create an opportunity for people to become more entrepreneurial in their endeavors. With respect to Algiers, sometimes people say that, they act as if Algiers is not still part of New Orleans, but it is. And so I just thank you for your consideration today, and just to say, for the record, I'm proud of my wife for going through with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Dix.
Good afternoon. How you doing? Thank you to everybody. As a longtime resident of Algiers, I'm deeply committed to the growth and development of our community. This initiative aims to support local entrepreneurship by providing affordable commercial space while also contributing to the economic vitality of our neighborhood. In addition, I plan to secure better security on site, as well as ample parking for both vendors and customers. By receiving the zoning change, I will be complying and can move forward with working on the following: eliminating street vendors who are non-permitted. Also we have a lot of illegal parking going on in the area. Thus, this will be reducing congestion on the weekends. We'd also like to request some of the no parking in certain zones in the neighborhood for the residents that have asked us about that. Lastly, the zoning change will benefit the local community by promoting small businesses, creating job opportunities, and boosting the local economy. Plans to revitalize underused spaces, which can lead to increased property values and improved neighborhood amenities. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Dix. This application enjoys the support from several neighbors, as well as a recommendation of approval by the City Planning Commission. Ms. Dix, I want to personally thank you for your investment into not only Algiers, but this food market area has been a mess, and it continues to be a mess for a long time. It's been a mess for a long time, and it continues to be a mess. I thank you for taking a chance on revitalizing this area and cleaning up this area. The parking, illegal parking is out of control, unsanitary cooking conditions, illegal vendors, and we will be discussing the Algiers Food Market in our March community development meeting. So I'd love to have you here as a person who can give a personal testimony to how much this area needs to be cleaned up. So thank you for your support. With this, I move adoption. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. 6 yeas, 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 39, we have item 45, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,984 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to respond to the current budget challenges facing the city of New Orleans through a temporary prohibition of non-essential travel by city employees and officials and on non-travel related expenses, including new passenger vehicle leases and otherwise to provide respects thereto. We have amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,984 by council members Jeruso and Harris. An amendment to exclude the definition of non-essential travel that is paid for in full from funds solely from a federal or state allocation. And there's also another amendment by Councilmember Morrell, an amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,984 to allow work-related travel for employees of the New Orleans Aviation Board and otherwise to provide respects thereto. On page 3, after line 9, insert the following. C, employees of the New Orleans Aviation Board are exempted from the prohibition on reimbursement for non-travel related expenses when the reimbursement for those expenses come exclusively from the Aviation Board's self-generated funding. An employee of the New Orleans Aviation Board is defined as an individual whose salary for full-time employment is paid for by the Aviation Board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This amendment addresses an issue. So as many of you know, our airport is basically a closed-loop system where all funding generated from it stays within the airport. It does not come to the general fund. And so I was contacted by representatives who said that there are employees of the airport who have to travel for their work. Since that money does not impact the general fund, it's outside the scope of what we're trying to address in the overall amendment, so I provide this exception for it. Councilman Thomas?
Yeah, just a question. Is this punitive? Did someone violate the travel, or is it just because of what we're seeing now with the alert we've been put on with the budget?
This is not punitive. This is in response to representations made by the head of the finance department that our budget is in crisis, that spending is out of control. Until we get, well, actually, can I respond to that when we do the general bill? Because we're doing the amendment right now. Thank you. So I'll respond to that when we discuss the general bill. Is there any questions on the amendment, any comments on the amendment? Having none, I will move to adopt the amendment. Move seconded by Council Vice President. Please vote. 7 yeas, no nays. The amendment's adopted. Then there's the other amendment. Or has that amendment incorporated already in?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Jeruso and Harris have an amendment as well. It needs to be read into the record.
I read both of them.
Okay. And do we vote on that one, or is it?
Do we have to vote on
They could just be voted together, right?
I thought they were separate.
Yeah, you vote separate on...
Yeah. No, I mean, the amendment that we have in front of us right now, Madam Clerk, is just for the Aviation Board.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a separate amendment.
Yes, that one was read into record as well, so
Right.
if you want to speak on it, Councilman.
Yes.
I do. What I want to say is to sort of, the question was raised about whether this is punitive. I'm bringing this amendment specifically to get away from any assertion that that would be the case. Sometimes funds are granted either from the federal government or the state that either allows for or mandates travel. And so I have zero problems if the city has been awarded that somebody is traveling based on a grant that has been submitted to the state or the federal government, and then one of those or both of those governments allow for that travel to happen. I think, again, this is in response to we have a crisis, and so therefore, what are we looking at? And I feel like this is a very fair way to deal with that.
Yeah, question, is it timeline on the crisis? We're looking for clarity.
I'll be addressing that.
Oh, okay.
If you read the ordinance as it's structured, it has a timeline where it ends in April.
Okay.
As Councilman Druso knows, that is around when the next REC meeting is, correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, and I mean, I think what we're going to do is we're going to push back the Budget Committee on receipts until early April, too. So that way, the city has said that they won't get those till mid-March, and that they wanted some time past March 20th, so we'll do early April, so they can present that to the public and us. All right, so I'll move on the amendment co-authored by Councilmember Harris.
Waiting for the machine. Aye. 7 yeas, no nays. The second amendment is adopted. Before we move on the item as amended, are there any cards, Madam Clerk, on this one? I didn't see any. Okay. Just a general comment. So the reason why we're here today is because on 2 occasions we were told by the administration, by the head of finance, that we are in a haphazard spending situation where our expenditures are beyond what is being generated by revenue. The context of that was that in light of the school board settlement, one of the rationales given to the council and to the school board was that we are unable to meet the demands of that settlement because of shortfalls in how much on-hand cash we have due to expenditures. There has been a lot of back and forth because we haven't really got all the receipts on what these expenditures are, but on at least 2 separate occasions in this chamber, when we continue to press finance on, well, what is this actual deficit? What is this challenge? We've had not a clear understanding. The purpose of this ban and the fact that it's limited through April is because in April, we will have our next revenue estimating committee. That will be a public conversation as to how much revenue has come in, whether it's meeting expectations, as well as some conversation on what expenditures are going out. One of the key issues that came up at the meeting was, and it came up at our second meeting recently, we were told by one person that our revenue was on point. And Councilman Druso, correct me if I'm wrong, we're told by one party at our first meeting that we were going to be within 2.5% of what the economist stated. Then at a second meeting, we had another person say, no, I can't agree to that. And when we don't have agreement, part of having revenue estimating committees, and I don't sit on it, Councilman Druso does. Actually, I do sit on it now. Anyway, point is that we base our budget based upon estimates of revenue and how much expenditures we're making and cash on hand. What we've requested repeatedly is that we need a plan from the administration of how we're going to cut costs to meet the deficit, as well as what the receipts are for that deficit actually exists. This ban is through April, through REC, where we can have that public conversation on revenues to see where we're at, as well as to give the administration more time and opportunity to provide cuts that could offset it. In this environment, without all that information, all we can do as a council is figure out ways to cut costs. This will not be the last thing we probably have to do to cut costs. There could be some conversations about how we have to reduce costs in departments based upon what that deficit may or may not be. This is one step in that lengthier process. You still have comments, Thomas, or did I answer your questions? All right. I will move as adopted. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember King. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas. Has everybody voted? 7 yeas, no nays. It's adopted as amended. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 46, we have ordinance calendar number 34,985 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to prohibit the establishment or operation of any convenience centers as defined in the comprehensive zoning ordinance on any property owned or controlled by the city on the west bank of Orleans Parish, to prohibit the city from entering into any lease, cooperative endeavor agreement, professional or non-professional service agreement, or other contract providing for the operation or development of any convenience centers on behalf of the city on any property, privately or publicly owned property on the west bank of Orleans Parish, and otherwise to provide with respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance effectively extends a temporary prohibition on the development of convenience centers on city-owned property in Algiers that this council adopted a year ago. The city of Gretna has made meaningful progress since that time to deliver a convenience center within Jefferson Parish to service Algiers residents.
I propose this prohibition extension in an abundance of caution, so as to afford the city of granting some additional time to fulfill their commitment. With this I move adoption. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. 5 yeas, no nays, thank you. 6 yeas, thank you.
At the top of page 18, item 17, we have legislative group and zoning docket 1025 and motion M25-128 has been continued to the meeting of 3/13. At the top of page 19, we have item 18, legislative grouping, NSCR special exception 17723, Thomas B. Hennington III, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1523 St. Anne Street on Square 179. The CPC staff recommended approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have one comment card from Mr. Thomas Hennington. Here. Come on up.
Thank you very much. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Thomas Ben Hennington III. I live and own 1523 St. Anne Street. I appreciate the opportunity to be here in front of the council and you, Mr. King. Thank you for your consideration for a license with special exemption NSTR for 1523. I'm also talking for 1508, my neighbor. It's important to me to supplement my income to help me pay a mortgage. I understand the benefit of the regulations. I was a Hurricane Katrina, I had a couple of brain operations, please forgive me. I was a Hurricane Katrina refugee, but I've been back home for a while. I know what it's like to miss New Orleans, and I appreciate your consideration. Have a nice day. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. You're very welcome. This property is in Treme neighborhood. CPC recommended approval. We've received 6 emails in support, and with that, I make a motion to approve.
We have a motion lying over M2594 by Councilmember King, granting the request of Thomas B. Hennington III for property located on Square 179 in Barron Municipal Address 1523 St. Anne Street, withdrawing motion lying over M2595.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Please vote your machine. All in favor? Aye. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 20, item 19, legislative grouping, NSDR special exception 17823, Kimberly Cutter, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1508 St. Anne Street on Square 180. The CPC staff recommended approval.
Hi, good afternoon. I want to start by thanking the council for considering my application. My name is Kim Katrier, and I've been a resident in New Orleans for 25 years. I currently own a house in Treme at 1508 St. Anne Street. I love my neighborhood and my city. I show that love every day by working as a concierge in hospitality. As you probably know, the hospitality industry brings with it slow months every year. With that in mind, this license would give me the financial security that I need to survive these slower months. I will be a responsible and respectful operator. I plan to only rent out 3 rooms with a maximum of 6 guests, and I will impose noise restrictions from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. I love my neighbors. We all look out for one another in this neighborhood, and I really appreciate your time and your consideration here today. I would love to get this license. Thank you.
You're welcome. CPC recommended approval. There is support, no community opposition. Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion lying over M2592 by Councilmember King, approving, granting the request of Kimberly Couture for property located on Square 180, Barron Municipal Address 1508 St. Anne Street, withdrawing motion lying over M2593.
Second by Councilmember Jeruso. Vote your machines. Councilman, who is that? Yes, 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 20, NSTR Special Exception 18023 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the top of page 21, item 21, legislative grouping, NSTR Special Exception 183 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13, where our motion line over M2589 has been withdrawn, where our motion line over M2588 has been withdrawn. At the bottom of the, where our motion M25-148 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13, and motion M25-149 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the top of page 18, item 17, legislative group and zoning docket 1025, Quality Recycling LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a construction and demolition debris recycling facility in an HI heavy industrial district on square 802 lots A and B1 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by North Durbin Street, North Roman Street, municipal address 4501 North Durbin Street. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval, subject to 1 waiver and 4 provisos. We have motion M25-128 by Councilmember Green, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 1025, subject to 1 waiver and 4 provisos.
We have a report from the City Planning Commission. Mr. Crowe.
Thank you, Councilmember. This is an application to use a heavy industrially zoned site as a recycling facility that would receive, process, and distribute materials. Really inappropriate location for this sort of thing. Large site, in an industrial context next to the industrial canal, so totally consistent with the purpose of the zoning district, and so the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Could you discuss very briefly for the public the 4 provisos?
Sure. So these are normal provisos that restate some of the operational requirements assigned to recycling facilities in the zoning ordinance. So it's really just kind of pro forma in terms of operating a recycling facility.
Okay, this conditional use will allow the applicant to add a formal area for metal recycling. I emphasize the word recycling to the facility, not for long-term forever storage. The undeveloped lot stores commercial trucks, at present dumpsters, and plastic and metal recyclables before they are transported. I emphasize the word transported. The applicant will add a trailer to be utilized as office space. Other than these additions, that site will remain the same. So I just want to emphasize, of course, that the community's concerns are going to be addressed through the provisos and through the goodwill of the owner, who knows that we're concerned that the metals be recycled and that they be transported, because we certainly have enough storage of these type facilities where there's not much movement to the product. So based on that, unless there's no comment card, I move for approval of M25-128. Seconded by Councilmember King. Members, please vote your machines. We have 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
On page 22, item 22, NSTR Special Exception 18423 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. We have item 23, legislative grouping NSTR 18523, and motion M25-126 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the top of page 23, item 24, NSTR Special Exception 2624 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the bottom of the page, item 25, legislative grouping NSTR Special Exception 2824, Robert Christopher Conger, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1600 St. Rock Avenue on square 744. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have motion M25-125 by Councilmember Green, granting the request of Robert Christopher Conjure for property located on Square 744, Barron Municipal Address 1600 St. Rock Avenue.
This particular property is a single-family home where the applicant is seeking the short-term rent one of 3 bedrooms. The City Planning Commission determined that 4 of the 6 criteria used to justify approval have been met, and I appreciate their review. I appreciate the difficulty of their process. I do have a card, which is a card in support. Mr. Robert Conjure? Yes, sir. Take just a second. You can come to the microphone. I'm moving for approval along with the City Planning Commission's recommendation. So just a few seconds.
Appreciate your time and the allowance of the exception. I'm an active member of the community. Was the president for 2 years of the St. Rock Neighborhood Association. I know all my neighbors. The house was used for the same purpose prior to our buying it, and there's never been any problems. And we live in the house, and we intend to keep it the same way, problem-free.
Right, I appreciate it. I wanted you to come to the microphone to emphasize that you live in the property, you've invested in the community, and we appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I move for approval of 25-125, seconded by Councilmember King. Members, please vote your machines. Councilman. We have 6 yeas. Thank you very much.
All right, council members, we're going back to page 22, item 23, legislative group and NSTR special exception 18523, Mark A. Schroeder, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception permit to permit 1 non-commercial short-term rental in an HURD2 historic urban 2-family residential district for property located at 2110 Barrett Street on Square 263. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have motion M25-126 by Councilmember Green, granting the request of Mark A. Schroeder for property located on Square 263, Barron Municipal Address 2110 Barrett Street.
Members and the public, this is a single-family home, and the applicant wishes to short-term rent 2 of the 3 bedrooms. The City Planning Commission determined that 4 of the 6 criteria that were used to justify approval have been met. I have no reason to disagree with that evaluation. I move for approval of M25-126, seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. Members, please vote your machines. We have 6 yeas. Thank you very much for your support.
At the top of page 24, we have item 26, legislative group and NSTR special exception 3324, Ebony C. Mercadale, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1407 St. Anthony Street on Square 621. The CPC staff recommended denial. We have motion line over M2585 by Councilmember King, granting the request of Ebony C. Mercadale for property located on Square 621, Barron Municipal Address 1407 St. Anthony Street, withdrawing motion line over M2584.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This STR was recommended for denial by CPC. However, we received emails in support and have not received any emails or any communications in opposition from community members. So at this time, make a motion to approve. Second by Councilmember Harris. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 25, item 27, we have NSTR special exception 3424, Victoria L. Mayberry, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 2700 Aubrey Street on Square 1534. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have motion M25-124 by Councilmember Green, granting the request of Victoria L. Mayberry for property located on Square 1534, Barron Municipal Address 2700 Aubrey Street.
Councilmember Green.
Bear with me for a second. There was an issue that was important to me that I had to address. I hate to say this on the mic, but tell me what page are we on? Okay, I'm sorry. We did get to my issue right away. Okay.
Page 25.
I'm sorry. This property is a single-family home. The applicant wants to short-term rent 3 of the 4 bedrooms. The City Planning Commission determined that 6 of the criteria used to justify approval have been met, and I move for approval. Thank you all for your patience. I just turned away for a second, but I'm pleased that the City Planning Commission has, in 3 instances, granted approval, granted recognition that 4 of the 6 criteria were met. The vote is 6 yeas. Thank you very much for your support. To Saturday.
At the top of page 26, we have item 28, legislative grouping. In STR Special Exception 3524, Christy Ramsey, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 2216 North Robinson Street on Square 617. The CPC staff recommended denial. We have motion M25-144 by Councilmember King, granting the request of Christy Ramsey for property located on Square 617, Bear Municipal Address 2216 North Robinson Street, withdrawing motion M25-145.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 1 second, find that one. Okay, we have received no opposition and community support. It's time to make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you. Is that it? 6, I apologize. 6 yeas.
Green, that's right. It went off fast.
At the top of page 27, we have item 29, legislative grouping, NSTR Special Exception 3624. 3624. This matter has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13, along with motion M25-147 and M25-146. At the top of page 28, item 30, we have NSTR's legislative grouping, NSTR Special Exception 3724, Megan E. Fisher, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception permit to permit 1 non-commercial short-term rental in an HU RD2 Historic Urban 2-family residential district for property located at 1305 St. Rock Avenue on Square 516. The City Planning Commission recommended denial. We have motion M25-143 by Councilmember King, granting the request of Megan E. Fisher for property located on Square 516, Bear Municipal Address 1305 St. Rock Avenue, withdrawing motion M25-142.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There are 4 emails of support in the staff report. No emails and no communications of opposition. At this time, make a motion to adopt. And we have a comment call support by Mr. Ron Lee. Second by Councilmember Harris. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 29, item 31, legislative grouping, NSTR Special Exception 3824, Mags Velquez Madison, requesting for a non-commercial short-term rental special exception permit to permit 1 non-commercial short-term rental in an HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed-Use District for property located at 237 Morgan Street on Square 14. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have motion M25-141 by Councilmember King, granting the request of Max Velquez Madison for property located on Square 14, Bear Municipal Address 237 Morgan Street, withdrawing motion M25-140.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. CPC recommended approval. There's neighborhood support. No opposition. At this time, make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Harris. 5 yeas, 6 yeas, 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 30, item 32, legislative grouping, NSTR Special Exception 3924, Nicole A. Kazi, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for permit to permit 1 non-commercial short-term rental in an HURD2 Historic Urban 2-family residential district for property located at 1230 North Galvez Street, apartment 1A on Square 263. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have motion M25-123 by Councilmember Green, granting the request of Nicole E. Kazi for property located on Square 263, Bear Municipal Address 1230 North Galvin Street, Apartment 1A.
Ms. Cosby is present.
Yes, sir.
This is a two-story fourplex for the members of the public and the council, and Ms. Cosby wants to short-term rent one bedroom, one-bath unit with a two-guest limit for the short-term rental period. The City Planning Commission did confirm that 4 of the 6 criteria used to justify approval were met, and based on that, Ms. Cosby, I will be moving for approval. You're not required to comment, but you may if you wish.
Thank you for your time and consideration. I really appreciate it. I'm glad I don't have to comment. I have resided at 1230 North Galvez in an owner-occupied fourplex. I currently have 3 one-bedroom apartments that are rented to long-term tenants. When I purchased the property in 2019, it was in a very poor state, and it needed at least $100,000 to make it viable. So short-term rentals, this was licensed before for 3 years as short-term rental, and that income revenue was really instrumental in actually making this place livable for roofing, for plumbing, for electrical. So I ask kindly that you also allow me to have the special exemption. I was previously listed before, had good standing, and I received 3 letters of support from the Tremay Civic Association, the Dragonfly Bed and Breakfast, and Mr. Phillips. And I want to thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for coming forward. There has been no objections to your having the ability to short-term rent that one-bedroom, one-bath unit. Members, I ask you to vote your machines. I've moved. Council President Morrell has seconded. We have 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much,
Thank you
Ms.
very
Cosby.
much.
Thank you for your investment in the property.
At the top of page 31, item 33, we have legislative grouping in STR 4024, along with motion M25-138 and M25-139 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the top of page 32, item 34, legislative grouping in STR special exception 4124, Alexander Word Curtis, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception permit to permit 1 non-commercial short-term rental in an HURD2 historic urban 2-family residential district for property located at 2616 Magazine Street on Square 130. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have motion M25-117 by Councilmember Harris, granting the request of Alexander Curtis for property located on Square 130, Bear Municipal Address 2616 Magazine Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. CPC recommended approval, and there was neighborhood support. I move to adopt.
I did.
I need a second. Second by Councilmember Moreau. Vote your machines, please. 5 yeas. Thank you.
Councilmember Morrell, you hit your machine real quick? Thank you. At the bottom of the page, item 35, ordinance calendar 34,277 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the top of page 33, item 36, ordinance calendar number 34,385, with motion line over M23-426 and M23-427 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the top of page 34, item 37, ordinance calendar number 34,707 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. Ordinance calendar number 34,708, along with its amendment, is being withdrawn. At the top of page 35, item 38, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,869, along with the amendment and substitute amendment, is being withdrawn. At the top of page 36, item 39, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,872 is being deferred to the meeting of 3/13. Amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,872 is being withdrawn. Ordinance calendar number 34,873 is being deferred to the meeting of 3/13. The amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,873 is being withdrawn. We have a motion under suspension, which we need the vote to receive. You want to go to yours? All right. We have item, at the top of page 37, item 40, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,935 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 26-14 through 26-19 and 26-21 through 26-23 and amendments thereto of the Code of the City of New Orleans, relative to the adoption and amendments of building codes, roofing inspections, technical amendments, and code year updates, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. We have amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,935 by Councilmember King. An amendment to allow the Department of Safety and Permits to promulgate rules and regulations and to clarify deadlines related to permit approvals for certain city boards and commissions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Burnside? You speak on this twice, Mr. Burnside?
I would accept it in my brain, which is undoubtedly false. It appears twice in the paper here, and apparently I filled in the wrong one for withdrawal, but whatever the details are. With regards to 2614, and more accurately 2615, I read that a while ago. So the International Building Code is very helpful. It was helpful to me. I built my house, and I was glad to have access to that document. I will point out that while 2614 is implementing a new version of the International Building Code, Section 2615 is a bunch of amendments which change it, and the change means basically that the plumbers do not have to follow the International Building Code, and the change basically means the electricians do not have to follow the International Building Code. So one of the reasons that we all have freezing pipes when it goes below 32 degrees is because our plumbers don't actually follow the International Building Code. And my mother, who lives in Wyoming, has a house in which the pipes do not freeze. So I don't know why we have local exceptions to the plumbing, and I do not know why we have local exceptions to the electrical. But I would suggest that perhaps somebody somewhere should hire a consultant and look at things, because I got a feeling that stuff just rolls along because that's the way it used to be, and so that's the way it's going to be. But in the age of fortified roofs and insurance and all the rest of it, I don't think it does our city any good to have such a massive number of pipes freeze when it's really not that cold for very length of time at all. So I apologize for my distractedness, but I did appreciate the chance to come up and talk. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Burnside. This ordinance combines the administration's Chapter 26 by request code amendment ordinance and a number of recommendations that came out of the permitting task force report. The following is a summary of our additions to the by request ordinances. Exempt the replacement of cabinets and countertops from requiring a building permit when it does not. Also include replacement of plumbing fixtures and or fixed equipment. Require that building permit applications receive an initial review within 15 days and that the issuance of a building permit not be withheld in instances where a review division has not reviewed the application within 15 days. This proposed change includes a caveat that the applicant shall not proceed with any part of the proposed work that is dependent on final approval of the other department or agency until such approval is provided. Provide for a third-party building plan review. Prohibit DSP from requiring a contract to specify contractor overhead and or profit. Establish a plan checking fee that would be due upon submission of any building permit application. Establish a 60-day rapid temporary certificate of occupancy for interior non-structural modifications only, allow for a 2-year license renewal frequency for certain trades. And because we're on the topic of permitting efficiencies, I'll also mention that we have filed an ordinance for introduction today on first read that exempt city inspectors from the Orleans Parish domicile requirement for the next 2 years. We're going to make that also with code enforcement. Spoke to Mr. Anthony Davis, Director of Code Enforcement, personally, and he said this would greatly improve their ability to hire qualified candidates if necessary. So with that, I make a motion to adopt.
You have to vote on the amendment first.
I'm sorry. Vote on the ordinance. Vote on the amendment sent by Councilman Harris. We need another JP. 6 yeas, no nays. I'm going to vote as amended. Sent by Councilmember Thomas. All right. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,978 has been deferred to the meeting of 3/13. At the top of page 38, we have item 42, ordinance calendar number 34,980 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds to the Office of Youth and Families for a joint initiative between Children and Nature Network, National League of Cities, and Kaboom to advance equitable access to nature everywhere children live, learn, and play, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Fiscal note was received, and it was referred to the Budget Committee.
Members, I know we didn't vote on these at the Budget Committee. I think what we should do is vote on ordinances that either fall into one of a couple of categories. First, that it's grant funding, like these we're getting ready to vote on. I think number two, as pointed out by President Morrell, we probably have a charter obligation to make sure that we're voting on OIG and OIPM, which is a separate matter we'll take up under suspension. And then the library has a position, but that position is paid for solely by its own millages. So I think that's in keeping with the line that we're trying to draw and part of consistency purposes. So with that, move for approval. Second by Councilmember Harris. Need one more. 7 yeas.
Item 43, ordinance calendar number 34,981 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds to the Office of Youth and Families for a joint initiative between Children's and Nature Network, National League of Cities, and Kaboom to advance equitable access to nature everywhere children live, learn, and play, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Fiscal note received, and it was referred to the Budget Committee.
Move for approval. Second by Councilmember King. 7 yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, item 44, ordinance calendar number 34,983 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to move funds within the Office of Inspector General from appropriation 200 other operating to 100 personal services to pay personnel expenses in fiscal year 2025 and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval. Second by Councilmember King. Seven yeas, no nays.
All right. Council members will be taking up the motions under suspension. We need the vote to receive motion M25-153.
Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Thomas. All in favor? Aye. I can handle it, Madam Clerk. Move to add it to the agenda. Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? Now do you have to read the motion?
Yeah, we have motion M20,
Thank you.
25-153 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas, submitting for council approval the amendment to the classified play plan, New Orleans Public Library, as adopted by Civil Service Commission at its November 24 meeting in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, and approved to be effective March 2nd, 2025.
Thank you. Move for approval. Again, this money's coming out of the library's millage. Seconded by President Morel. 7 yeas, no nays.
All right, vote to receive 154.
Excuse me?
To receive 154.
Yeah, all right, so move to receive M25-154, seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? Aye. Motion to add M25-154 to the agenda, seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? Aye. Now, Madam Clerk.
We have motion M25-154 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas, submitting for council approval the amendment to the classified play plan, OIPM, as adopted at the Civil Service Commission at its meeting of November 28, 24, in accordance to Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, approved to be effective March 2nd, 2025.
Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Green. Thank you. 7 yeas, no nays.
We need the, suspend the rules to add motion. You want to do this one now? 155?
I got one more. Motion to suspend the rules on M25-155, seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? Aye. Motion now to add M25-155 to the agenda, seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? Aye. This is for the printing contract the city needs, and essentially it can't mail out sales tax and other receipts without doing this, so we need that.
All right.
So, Madam
Let me
Clerk, I
read
know you need it.
We have motion M25-155 by Councilmember Jeruso by request adding the President of Council as a signatory to Amendment Number 1 to the contract between the City of New Orleans and Abbott Enterprise LLC, DBA Impress, and other authorizing the Council President to sign Amendment 1 to the contract between the City of New Orleans and Abbott Enterprise LLC doing business as Impress.
Move for approval. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Move for approval, second by Councilmember King. Seven yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 40, we have item 47, resolution line over R2599 is being withdrawn. With item 48, resolution line over R25100 is being withdrawn. Item 49, we have motion M25-113 by Councilmember Morel, appointing Greg McNamara as a member of the Film Advisory Committee to serve in the New Orleans-based location manager position, replacing the previous appointment of John Johnston.
I will move. Second by Council Vice President Moreno. All in favor? 7 yeas, no nays. It is approved.
At the bottom of the page, item 50, we have motion M25-115 by Councilmember Harris, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider renaming the park located at 1801 South Robinson Street after Barbara Lansing Keller.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We had a quality of life meeting on Monday, which seems like 10,000 years ago, in which we talked about redeveloping an empty city lot that is next to the Keller Center and making it into a green space, which I'm really, really excited about. But because that property is so dear and in the heart of Central City, we thought it would be appropriate to give name it after the mayor of Central City herself, Barbara Layson Keller. And this is so appropriate given everything that happened this week, including Femme Fatale, which we celebrated her and her legacy there. So just a little bit about her. She was a pillar of the community, and her advocacy and contributions to the neighborhood live on, and we know that from the great community support that we had on the meeting on Monday. So I want to thank Councilmember King and Green for being there to see that glorious outpour of love for your mom, and I'm just so grateful for you both that you're here and that you sat through this very, very long meeting, especially on Muses Thursday. With that said, I have 2 comment cards. First is Michael Burnside, and then Kelly, if you want to come up after that.
Hi, my name is Michael Burnside. I live at 2215, and I rise to honor Councilperson Green by saying positive things in public. I'd like to say positive things about my councilwoman, Leslie Harris. She cares about the community of which I am part, and she does her best to help those of us who live there. I've been in this chamber for a while now, and I listened to a man once describe Council District B as somewhat schizophrenic. You have different constituencies to interact with that have great differences, not merely in opinion, but in abilities to express them. So thank you very much for caring about our neighborhood and participating in it. I'm grateful.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Kelly, you want to come on up?
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you again, Councilor Harris, for having the vision to have something permanent in our community named after my mom. As my older sister Dawn stated, I'm Kelly Dixon. I'm representing my family, of course. This is my sister Cantina. My mom would be so proud to know that she has not been forgotten in the city that she gave so much to. So we are here in support, of course, and anything that you need from us, we'll be here. Every time they call her name, you'll see us. Because we want her legacy to continue to live on in this great city that we were born in, raised in, and continue to live in. So thank you again. Let us know when and where you need us. Thank you again to all of our council members.
Thank you. With that, I'll move to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. 7 yeas. Thank you so much, and thank you for sitting here again.
At the top of page 41, we have item 51, resolution R25-121 by Councilmember Morrell, mourning the loss of Annette Tassin.
Move approval. Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor? 7 yeas, no nays.
Item 52, resolution R25-122 by Councilmember Morrell, mourning the loss of Pablo Johnson.
Move approval. Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor? Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. All in favor? 7 yeas, no nays.
Item 53, we have motion M25-130 by Councilmember Morrell, directing the Department of Safety and Permits to refrain from enforcing City Code Section 26-614, 26-615, 26-616, 26-622, 26-623, and 26-624, as amended by ordinance number 30,074 MCS until May 1st, 2025, or other date that may be established, and ordinance calendar number 34,996 as adopted on March 13th, 2025.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a resolution directing safety and permits to not begin the enforcement of the platform accountability measures until May 1st. In working with the City of New Orleans IT Department as well as the platforms that are working with us on platform accountability, this provides the window of time necessary to get the city side of that accountability measure up and running so that we can get it running. There is an accompanying ordinance on first read that will officially set that date to May 1st. That's what this does. We'll move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor? I think the machines. Yep, there you go. Vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. It is adopted.
At the top of page 42, item 55, resolution R25-134 by Councilmember Thomas, a resolution calling an election in the Castle Manor Improvement District for Saturday, October 11, 2025.
Councilman Improvement District standard for community move adoption. Seconded by Councilmember Morel. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays, and the matter is approved. Thank you.
We have item 56, motion M25-135 by Council Members Morel and Harris, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider an amendment to ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend and reordain Article 19 to establish a new interim zoning district to be named the Customary Lodging Services Staff and Interim Zoning District, the intent of which is to prohibit the acceptance of any applications for any license or permit for a hotel or motel which does not provide staffing at all hours as part of a customary lodging services.
Thank you. So you have some comments on this. Mr. Burnside, you're first.
I'm blessed to have a neighborhood newspaper, and I read it. It seems the Board of Zoning Adjustment has exercised its power and discretion in this matter. I think one of the many problems I have is the idea of employment somehow being separated from investment. So our governor has decided that, if my memory is to be trusted, ITEP is now much more about investment than it is about jobs. And I have difficulty with tax abatements that emphasize construction jobs when they disappear so quickly. I think that part of what we need here is a community that's realizing that jobs matter to the development of people, that people are children of God, and that they need to grow. And part of growth, of course, is to have a job for a while. And part of society contract is to provide job opportunities for people to explore different ways of growing. So here we have a hospitality industry, and we allegedly have a lot of people who receive jobs through that. And yet, the driving force of capitalism and investment, of course, is to reduce the cost of everything, including your staffing. So with AI and robots and everything else coming online, the day's going to come when we don't have to work. And when that day comes, we're going to face really serious social problems about how do people grow. So I'm not saying we need make-work jobs, but I am saying that as we get rid of jobs, we need to figure out other ways for human beings to grow and participate in their society. And if we're not going to let them actually have STRs and we're not going to let them have jobs, I suppose we might have to let them have jail cells. Or I should say jail cells. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Mr. Burnside, Mr. Smith. After Mr. Smith, we have Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon, Council. Zach Smith, 1000 South Norman C. Francis. I'm not here on any specific project, but want to say thank you for taking up this IZD. While I'm not sure what the full outcome may or may not be, I'm happy to see when the Council follows through with what the Council's responsibilities are, especially in light of continued inaccurate use and interpretation of non-written text by the Department of Safety and Permits. I know that politically speaking, the alignment of how the department has acted on this particular topic has probably aligned with the council, but if it was a different topic, if it was a different set of text that they were creating out of thin air, I do think this council would be very quick to say, you've overstepped your bounds and you've done this. So I really appreciate the fact that this IZD, whether or not we agree with it, is actually going to be done, because as figured out and as determined, there was a, some people might call it a gap in the law, which is the law. You know, when there's something not written and people follow the law, it is the law that they're following. And people may not like that outcome, and I can appreciate and understand that. But at the end of the day, I'm just happy that the council is taking the council action and it is going to actually overrule and override the Department of Safety and Permits and the administration from continuing to make up memos and make up language out of thin air. as they've been continuously doing specific to this topic. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Graham Williams, 1029 Barrack Street. So to emphasize what Mr. Smith just said, this IZD is only being proposed, I believe, because the Department of Safety and Permits can no longer enforce a law that never existed. This council just passed an ordinance that allows for these machine vending machines to be dropped in our neighborhoods that require no staffing. But the Department of Safety and Permits required staffing in hotels, despite the fact that the clear language of the law did not. As many of you know, I'm here on behalf of Saxony Management LLC. As many of you know, my clients have invested hundreds of thousands of their retirement dollars into properties that this IZD would seek to shut down. I'm against the IZD, but I'm encouraged that the council's attention is back on transient lodging, as until recently, the Department of Safety and Permits generally, and the zoning administration more specifically, has gotten into the business of inventing laws. I would encourage this council to engage deeply in its oversight powers with respect to the Department of Safety and Permits. It is not the department's job to pick winners and losers or to slow play applications, but rather to faithfully and equitably administer the law as it is written. As I stand here today, I have a hotel license that zoning will not issue because of a pretextual building permit. I have another that is hung up on the lobby requirement that the very proposal of this IZD admits does not currently exist. Pocket vetoes by City Hall should have been a relic of our pre-Katrina past. It's a shame that this became so contentious. We have tried to work with safety and permits on this issue. Our efforts have been met with refusals to meet, unanswered emails, and new violations appearing on One Stop, even as we wait in the lobby at One Stop. New Orleans has long been described as a market that is hostile to investment, and as a New Orleanian, I've never understood that. Allowing the Department of Safety and Permits to ignore its administrative duties and create laws that...
Thank you for your time. Anything that's interpreted in this move to override safety and permits memorandum, I think is probably an overreach, but my last comment on this would be FAFO.
Councilmember Morrell, there's one online
Nope,
comment.
add to the record.
Okay.
I'll vote. Move to adopt. Second by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays, adopted.
Item 57, M25-136 by Councilmembers Morrell and Harris, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended. The comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend in Article 26.6 the definition of customer lodging services, to amend the definition of customary lodging services to require minimum personnel or staffing on site at all hours.
Thank you. This is very similar to what we did previously. The first was the IZD, and this is the second part. Task City Planning to conduct some hearings to also clarify this information. Mr. Smith, would you like to speak? He's going to waive. That's a good idea. I'll move to adopt. I get a second. Second by Councilmember Green. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. It's adopted.
Council members, we have one more motion under suspension. Can we vote to receive this motion?
I will move. Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor? All right, 7 yeas, no nays.
Vote to add.
I'm sorry. Motion to add. I will move. Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor? 7 yeas, no nays.
We have motion M25-156 by Councilmember Green, granting the request of zoning docket 10424, subject to 6 waivers, 15 provisos in the City Planning Commission staff report.
Members, Mr. Kroll is going to come forward because the matter before you deals with an issue involving the City Council from years ago. So I want to let you know that what I'm asking us to do is to reconsider a vote because it has been mentioned by the applicant that they felt that they were not given sufficient notice. The City Council voted 7-0 at its last meeting against the granting of a conditional use request for a play spot to be turned into a parking lot. but I want to read a couple of notes because it's important, because I don't want the emphasis to be on whether or not there was sufficient notice given. The conditional use request for an expansion of Bethune Elementary Charter School, which is Stuart Bradley in terms of the site, was to create a parking lot. The matter was considered at the February 13th City Council meeting where we passed a motion denying the applicant's request. No public comment was received either in-house or online. The applicants, however, claim that they did not receive proper notice because they didn't receive email notice from the clerk's office until after the February 13th meeting. It's important to recognize on the record that the matter appeared originally on the January 30th agenda, at which time I deferred it to the February 13th meeting to allow for more comment time. So even if the applicant did not receive mailed notice for the February 13th meeting, the applicant should have received constructive notice in the form notice for the January 30th meeting. This request was approved in 2021. However, the Orleans Parish School Board did not provide final plans to the City Planning Commission in the time frame required by the city, the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, which was 1 year. And as such, there was an opportunity to reconsider the request. I've asked Mr. Balbino to be present, and I've also invited representatives of the applicant, Concordia, to be present, because in the interest of what was discussed earlier, transparency, there should be an opportunity to have this discussion again. I say that, but I also recognize that in doing so today, I have not given the opponents an opportunity, because this was brought up on yesterday despite the fact that this vote took place 2 weeks ago. The City Planning Commission did not, I emphasize, did not provide a recommendation in 2021, as the request did not receive a legal majority vote because there were only 5 commissioners present. It was a 3-2 vote as only 5 commissioners were present. But just in general, and we can have the discussion on it, I'm very concerned about the reduction of green space as this would require. It certainly imposes a significant impact on the park's environment and public use for residents and children at the school. Make it clear that what's being asked here is to turn green space into a parking lot. It's been suggested that the parking lot would be open. Children cannot play on open parking lots. And if that's an issue, if that's going to be open, that's an issue by itself. I would like to also state that I have had conversations with the applicant to suggest that since it is across the street from the interstate highway transportation system, where the state has on numerous occasions approved parking under that facility to be able to provide for nearby businesses and schools, I've suggested in written form and in a conversation some time ago with a representative of Concordia that be an option that would be considered. I'll say this, that it's easy to come to the city, in my opinion, to ask us to give up green space. It's a little bit more difficult to go and ask the state to use property that is under an interstate that is sorely underutilized for parking, but the problem is that it's done in many places in the city. So at this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Kroll to give a little bit of background so that the council and the public can have background on what happened back in 2021 and how that affects us today. Mr. Kroll.
Sure, thank you. So this is essentially a reapplication of that 2021 application. It came before the City Planning Commission. It was ultimately approved by the City Council. When the City Council approves a conditional use, there's essentially a 1-year time period within which plans have to be submitted to the City Planning Commission that are updated to reflect the provisos attached to the approval. And so the school board and its architectural team was actively working towards fulfilling that obligation. I believe that in the process of back and forth correspondence between the applicant's team and the CPC staff, the deadline, that 1-year deadline, slipped despite the good faith efforts of the architectural team to fulfill their obligation. And because there was not a formal extension request pending at the time of the deadline, that voided the 2021 approval. And so they were instructed to reapply. that came before the Planning Commission in the last few months. The staff recommended approval. The Planning Commission reached no legal majority. They were essentially divided in the issue, having heard from both the school board as the applicant and then a couple of neighbors in opposition. And so this came before the council with no recommendation from the Planning Commission on the current application.
Could you comment on, oh, maybe you don't have it, at the meeting there were residents present and the residents were opposed. The 3 residents who attended were opposed.
Yeah, my recollection is that there were 2 or 3 residents and they were opposed.
All righty. At this time, I'll ask Mr. Larry Barabino to come forward. Mr. Barabino, you can take a seat at the table, if you will, in case there are any questions that need to be asked. I want everyone to know, especially the public and my fellow council members, that the land that we are talking about is owned by the school board. However, a covenant of the City Planning Commission requires it to be operated as a park, right? Mr. Barabino, would you state, we have spoken about this issue before, but would you comment on the issue relative to it being utilized as a parking lot?
Sure. Good afternoon, council members. So I want to go back to possibly 2021 is when I assessed the park personally and had the school to stop parking on the requested they stop parking on the playground because they rutted it up and had the playground deemed unsafe. This is a passive playground in a community. We've since then we have renovated the tennis courts. We renovated the tennis courts and created 2 sets of pickleball courts. We're slated to go out in May. We have a donor that's coming in and we're replacing the play structure that's out there. But to my knowledge and understanding, the community is not in support of a playground. And based upon our Big Green Easy master plan that was just done, it does not support taking green space out of communities and turning it into parking lots, and also with that, this is one thing that we're doing as Councilmember Harris is they just talked about with the parking lot that's being named after Barbara Layson Kelly. That was a slab, that was a parking lot that was used by the church that's being taken away and turned into more green space for that community. So from NOR's perspective, we do not support taking the playground's green space and turning it into a parking lot.
Okay. We have public comments, and then I'll ask if council members wish to comment. Antoinette Lindsay. Ms. Lindsay? Yes.
Just for clarity's sake, I talked to Councilmember Green. I had some individuals representing the board had reached out to me and said that they wanted additional time to provide a comment, and so I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Ms. Lindsay?
Antoinette Boissier.
Well, so wait, let me make sure. This Antoinette Lindsay of 3581 Havana Street.
I guess I didn't complete writing my name, and I'm sorry.
All right. Ms. Lindsay, you have 2 minutes.
I'm sorry. I only have a written comment, and I wrote that the acquisition of the property at 3425 West St. Rock Street will enhance the safety and security of the entire Bethune Elementary School family and neighborhood. The West St. Rock Street presently allows for 2-way driving and parking on both sides of the street. Safety issues and traffic congestion are the results. The development of the additional off-street parking spaces are needed to arrest and to alleviate these situations.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Mr. Baptiste, you wish to...
Good morning, Council. Man Baptiste. I stand with Mr. Larry Barbino and what he's saying. I deal with kids all throughout the area, and we need our parks. So I'm asking you, Council, to reconsider what Mr. Jared Brissett did and the school board and all that. Because at the end of the day, I call Larry all times of the night just to get kids help. So I'm asking you, council, to reconsider whatever the decision, and we must keep the park. Don't satisfy these teachers at the school, you know what I'm saying? Think about the kids. We got kids running the street, having all kind of violent problems, and we're going to take this park away from them. So I'm asking all you council people to just get behind Mr. Larry Barbino and keep the park, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not right.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Burnside?
Corey Burnside, 2215 Felicity. We'd like to say thank you to Councilperson Green. If we're going to have a parking lot, it would be good for it to be under the interstate. And if we're going to have a park, it would be good for children to play in it safely and enjoy it. And it seems possible to have both. We could have our cake and eat it too. If the adults wanted to go to the state and go to all the trouble to say, hey, DOT, let us have some space underneath your interstate and let us park our cars there. I think that's a perfectly reasonable compromise. I will point out that I don't agree with city planning. I don't think things slip for 4 years among professionals. If in 2021 you're told that you've got a 1-year date and you're a professional and you're getting paid by the hour, you figure out what needs to be done and you submit it, and if things don't work, you document that. You don't have things slip. Unless, of course, you're not getting paid, in which case maybe things do slip. But I think that over the long haul, the conditional use probably should no longer be 1 year. At some point, we probably need to think about making conditional uses 2 years and let everybody just have 2 years. Because we come up here a lot, from my point of view, revisiting conditional uses that we've already visited, and I'm not sure it does any of us any particular good. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Burnside, I just do want to make it clear for the record, those who are watching, that after it was approved by the council, it was included in the ordinance that the Department of Safety and Permits shall issue no building permits or licenses. So there weren't any licenses or permits issued for the project until final development plans are approved by the City Planning Commission and recorded with the Office of Conveyances. It was clear, failure to complete the conditional use process by properly recording plans within 1 year time period, or failure to request an administrative extension as provided for in the Article 16 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance will void the agreement. The reason that this came back 4 years later is because the applicant did not comply, but there was no conditional use granted. I just want to make it clear. We're not coming back for conditional use. It was never granted. Bahare Javadi.
Good afternoon. My name is Bahari Javadi. I'm with Concordia Architects. We are representing the OPSB and the school. Address is 7922 Green Street, New Orleans. First, thank you, Councilmember Green, and the rest of the council members for taking this time to reconsider your vote on this docket number. I just want to say, this is a community-driven project. The school is pursuing this parking lot project in response to community concerns about traffic congestion in the neighborhood, particularly around pickup and drop-off times, as well as safety concerns by teachers and parents who currently park below the I-610 underpass across Humanity Street, whose cars have been broken into and who have been held at gunpoint. As it's been mentioned a couple of times, this application had been voted for approval by City Council before, and we were asked to reapply. We had submitted the plans in a timely manner, but we were dealing with some unresponsiveness on CPC staff side, but that's neither here nor there. We had advertised 2 neighborhood participation plan meetings by mail, email, and posting signage on the site. No community members expressed any negative reception to the project until the CBC planning public hearing on December 10th, 2024. In that meeting, 2 community members spoke against the project. We addressed their concerns in that hearing, clarifying that our proposed design preserves and protects any existing trees, adds landscaping.
It's right there in front of you. It goes off after 2 minutes because we want to give everybody a chance to speak. But, okay, but let me just comment on what you're saying. I'm a little perplexed that the New Orleans Recreation Department, you haven't mentioned them, and no one has mentioned the New Orleans Recreation Department, which maintains that ground, which recently built 2 pickleball courts and has plans for that park to make it a very attractive green space. Another thing is that I'm in an interesting position. I attended that school, and for 75 years, the teachers have parked in the community. Now, I don't have any reports of armed robberies taking place, but I don't know how having an open parking lot on that side of the school would do any different than having across the street the state allow parking, which could be lit, which could even be patrolled better. So while I hear your concerns, and I do still question what happened back in 2021, it would go against the things that I really have advertised as a elected official that I'm going to support at all times: the creation of green space, the access to parks by children and neighbors, but also calling on the state to help sometimes. Right across from this school, just as is down the street, we have excessive dumping taking place under the interstate. I want the public to know, and I appreciate the guy who's the local engineer, but that falls under the jurisdiction of the state of Louisiana. And no one seems to want to ask the state. We would come to the city and ask for a park to be reduced in size, but not go to the state, which is right across the street, and say, can you all clear that area out, which is filled with nothing but a underutilized building, and create some parking to support education and the teachers here. I just think that the easy solution is to take the green space from the community. The more difficult challenge, which has the more opportunity, is to go across the street. We do have one other comment that I'll entertain, even though the card just came in. Roland Major of 2401 Humanity Street. Roland Major?
Good afternoon. My name is Roland Major, and I'm the Director of Operations at Bethune. I hear everybody talking about the kids. I'm all for the kids. I'm also the coordinator of the Distinguished Gentleman Club, who received 2 proclamations from you all. But on behalf of the teachers, I've been here 6 years, Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 4. I see what goes on in that neighborhood, in that parking lot, more than I think everyone in here. And I see all the car break-ins. I see where they have to report it to me. I know about being held at gunpoint. So I hear all these things. The teachers got to report all of this to me, and I'm all for what they did for the park, for the kids, but I do think we need to consider the teachers as well, because if I'm not safe, why would I come to school to teach the kid you say needs to be in this park? So,
if you ever wanted to have a fundamental discussion, I'll ask you this. How is it going to be any safer if you think an armed robber who's out of their mind is going around robbing a teacher? You're proposing that the parking lot be open to the public. There's just going to be shells or whatever it is with some trees taking up 1/3 of the existing park, so an acre. But you haven't talked about there's going to be full-time security to protect the teachers. It's going to be just additional land that is not going to be...
We do plan to have a security there, but how is parking under the bridge going to help? Who's going to patrol? And we all know NOPD response time is not good at all, so who's going to patrol under the bridge that you're proposing?
Why do you think NOPD response time is going to be faster if you all have a parking lot at the back, but you can't...
We plan on getting security at the school
Well, then I
on their own.
I'm just telling you, I appreciate what you're saying. Then I encourage you to talk to the state representative and state senator for that area and talk about a secured area, which, in addition, is covered in terms of rain, for example. Talk to the state. Down at Elysian Fields and the corner of Gentilly, they use it for Zulu parking lot, for Zulu parking.
I'm aware.
I'm just saying, extend it to St. Rock Avenue. Work with the state to do it. They can do it.
What's the parking lot in the field have to do with the pickleball and the kids playing over there?
You're taking away an acre, 1/3 of an existing park that has been there for 75 years, that Nord has cut the grass on, and Nord has also just recently put 2 pickleball courts. You take away permanently the ability to do additional things on that 1 acre.
Okay.
I appreciate you.
Say.
I appreciate your comments. Members, we need 5 present, but I ask you to vote with me as I propose that we reject the conditional use for the parking lot, for the Union Park in terms of being used as a parking lot. And I will state on the record, I'll wait for the vote to take place. I'm not going to make any assumptions. Members, may I ask for your vote that rejects the conditional use appeal?
You put a motion?
Yes, that's my motion to reject it. You seconded it? We have 5 yeas, which is a rejection of the conditional use. But I want to go on the record for anybody who's watching, and I also want to mention to those who are present, Mr. Major too. Let me work with you relative to the state. Let's put the state to use. It's walking distance from the school, it's nearer the front. Maybe the state can, instead of having dumping take place under these interstates and blocking streets that gain access to the interstate, maybe, and I think that they will. I know the person who is the engineer for the area, he'll work with us. Maybe let's light up that area and have a parking lot that can be something that the community and also the school can be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Barabino, for being present, Mr. Kroll for being present. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think...
I got to give the technical side.
Okay.
Technically, the present motion stands because we voted 2 weeks ago on a rejection. All right? So the present motion stands, even though we took that vote. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming out. Mr. Barabino, thank you for coming out.
I think we technically need one more, but I move for more ordinances on first read. Second by Councilmember Thomas.
We need one other vote.
Need one more.
Councilmember Harris.
Councilmember Harris moves, is an A, so all the district members.
Right.
On the same district.
Ordinances on first readings. Ordinance calendar number 34,989 by council members Harris and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 106-211 through 106-229 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the protection of trees and other vegetation under the purview of the Department of Parks and Parkways and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,990 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a hotel in a CBD 5 urban core neighborhood low intensity mixed-use district and to permit a curb cut along Julia Street and a multimodal pedestrian corridor on Square 257, Lot 6 and Lot 7, or Park 41, First Municipal District, bounded by Julia Street, Baron Street, Girard Street, and O'Keefe Avenue. The municipal address is 923 Julia Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 9424. Ordinance calendar number 34,991 by council members Moreno and Thomas. An ordinance to amend and reordain Articles 13, 20, and 26 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments to allow large-scale principal solar energy systems as a use in the SRS suburban single-family residential district as well as any other appropriate districts and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket 9824. Ordinance calendar number 34,992 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a hotel in a CBD 5 urban core neighborhood lower intensity mixed-use district on Square 181, lots D and E in the First Municipal District, bounded by Camp Street, Julia Street, St. Charles Avenue, and St. Joseph Street. The municipal address is 843 Camp Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto,
zoning docket number 9924. Ordinance calendar number 34,993 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit established multifamily dwellings in an HURD2 historic or urban two-family residential district on square 556, lots 11 and 12, and the rear portions of lots 13 and 14, and the 6th municipal district bounded by LaSalle Street, Louisiana Avenue, South Liberty Street, and Delachey Street. The municipal addresses are 3418 through 3434 LaSalle Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 124. Ordinance calendar number 34,994 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a neighborhood commercial establishment in an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district on square 56, lot F, or portions of lots 18 and 19 in the 4th municipal district bounded by 8th Street, St. Thomas Street, Chippewa Street, and 7th Street. The municipal addresses are 601 through 605 8th Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 10124. Ordinance calendar number 34,995 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit an indoor amusement facility in a CBD5 urban core neighborhood lower intensity mixed-use district on square 235, lots 25 and 26, or a parcel designated as lot 25 and part of lot 26, and a parcel designated as part of lot 26 in the 1st municipal district, bounded by Barone Street, Carondelet Street, St. Joseph Street, Julia Street, and St. Charles Avenue. The municipal address is 840 Barone Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 10224. Ordinance calendar number 34,996 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 30,074 MCS regarding short-term rental platforms to verify eligibility of its listings, to extend the effective date of such ordinance, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,997 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to the cooperative endeavor agreement between the Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board and the University of Georgia Research Foundation Incorporated, to extend the CEA's term for 40 years, to increase the CEA's compensation, and to modify certain terms and conditions as more fully set forth in the form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,998 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a single-family residence in a GPD, General Plan Development District, on square 168, lot 37A, or lots 36, 37, and 38, Riverside Subdivision, in the 5th Municipal District, bounded by Paul Street, Woodland Highway, Bryson Street, and Henderson Street. The municipal address is 3710 Paul Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 525. Ordinance calendar number 34,999 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a neighborhood commercial establishment in an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district on square 611, lot 2 in the 2nd Municipal District, bounded by North St. Patrick Street, Iberville Street, Bienville Avenue, North Bernadette Street. Municipal address is 4705 Iberville Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 625. Ordinance calendar number 35,000 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Recreation Development Foundation for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of education and recreation in the city of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,001 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to grant an amendment to ordinance number 29,547 MCS to permit the conditional use of a bar in an HMC2 historic Marigny Treme Bywater commercial district on square 636, lot C1 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by North Claiborne Avenue, Parker Street, North Robertson Street, and St. Anthony Street. The municipal addresses are 1830 through 1840 North Claiborne Avenue and 2224 Parker Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 125.
Ordinance calendar number 35,002 by council members Harris and Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 30-771, 30-775, and 30-804 of the city code to ensure the definition of hotels and motels and consistent with the comprehensive zoning ordinance, to recognize state law changes to maximum fines, and to create dedicated on-site staffing requirements for hotels and motels, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,003 by Councilmember King, an ordinance to amend and reordain section 2-975 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to exempt city inspectors from the city's domicile requirement, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,004 by Councilmember King, an ordinance to waive the fees invoiced and unpaid for special event permit numbers 22 through 36561, Zulu Lundi Gras Festival 2023, 24-01772, Zulu Lundi Gras Festival 2024, and 25-01056, Zulu Lundi Gras Festival 2025, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,005 by Council Member Jeruso by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 154-534 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the hours in which a speed limit of 20 miles per hour is enforced, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,006 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and the Lafitte Greenway Partnership for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of beautification and recreation in the City of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That concludes the ordinances on first readings.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
6 yeas, no nays, we're adjourned. There you go. Happy Mardi Gras. Happy Mardi Gras. All right. Yeah.